Before we formally start our event, let us be reminded of the following guidelines.
Number one, all the participants are expected to start and finish the program.
Number two, the use of offensive words or inappropriate actions and attitudes during the event is prohibited and will be reported to the College Discipline Office.
Please be reminded that only those who registered and evaluated the program will be given the certificate of appreciation and attendance.
Good afternoon, Lasalians! At nagbabalik na naman kami para sa panibagong event natin today. We would like to welcome all of you to our webinar entitled Walk the Talk.
Yes, welcome sa ating mga viewers. Do not forget to use our official hashtags, hashtag WokeTheTalkDLSL and hashtag AskTheWokeDLSL. Please include them in your posts about this event or if you want to send queries on the topic that we'll be talking about today.
And to formally start our program, may we call on Ms. Isa Labrador, the SAYAS Commissioner, for our opening prayer, followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Let us put ourselves in the most holy presence of God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, as we gather in your name, we want to be in your presence. Grant us a spirit of dialogue, illumine our minds with the light of truth, and strengthen our fraternal spirit, that we may always seek and do your will. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Saint John Baptist de la Salle, pray for us. Live Jesus in our hearts forever. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
As a sign of respect, let us all stand straight and put our right hand on our left chest as we sing our national anthem.
Before we proceed with our program, allow us to introduce ourselves first. I am Sofia Agulto, the DLSL Comelec SAYAS Co-Commissioner.
I am Raina Marshall, the DLSL Comelec Treasurer.
I'm Frayne Cortez, the DLSL Comelec Secretary, and we are going to be your hosts for today's event.
Hello, Ryan, Freyan, and to all the 36 viewers on YouTube. We hope you stay tuned until the end of this webinar kasi marami talaga kayong matututunan tungkol sa state and issues ng ating bansa.
I agree, napaka-relevant talaga ng mga topics na tatalakayin natin today. Pero before we proceed, I'm sure marami sa ating mga viewers ang curious kung bakit nga ba Woke the Talk ang title ng ating event ngayon. Kaya we'll give a brief description on why it is named that way.
Okay, so yung woke, hindi yun yung lakad ha, but woke means being aware of social issues that we are facing and learning to voice out our opinions on it. With this way, we can make an impact and possibly act on these issues.
Kaya with our event today, hopefully mas maging aware tayo sa mga kaganapan sa ating bansa at mas maging active tayo sa mga socio-civic issues.
So to our viewers, we will not keep you waiting. Get ready and be expectant to learn something new.
And to officially welcome us this afternoon, we would like to call on Mr. Nino Angelo Lescano, the chairperson of the DLSL Comelec, for the welcoming remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Lasalians. It has been a great year. A great year to celebrate and cherish the fourth out of the infinite steps that we will be doing to respond to the continuous change that exists in the sphere of law, suffrage, and politics. Every time we try to create webinars, we always make sure that the genealogy of these webinars exists. The precedent of the Walk the Talk webinar is the Kamalayang Lasaliano series, where we tackled all the aspects and factors which reside inside the sphere of exercising the right of suffrage. We firmly believe that the context of this webinar has a vital impact on the creation of personal criteria of each citizens in choosing our leader for our 2022 national elections. This webinar has two phases. The first one would be the walk from the talk and the walk the talk. The phases prepares our state of mind and the actions we will do to respond to what our state of mind has formulated. The first phase focuses on the ability of the program to elaborate the awareness of the students on certain issues relevant to their decisions for the 2022 elections and the advocacy to pursue a society of civilized and smart voting population. By the knowledge, wisdom, and perspective you will be acquiring from the speakers, you will be able to craft your own personal criteria for all the elections that will require you to exercise your right to suffrage, whether the school, the local government, or the national elections. As we have started to formulate the state of mind the students and youth must have, the second phase will be all up to you. The second phase will be the walk the talk. In the normal scheme of things and as general norms have provided, one must be able to do what he says, act based on what he or she preaches. From this, I challenge every one of you to walk the talk. Do what your states of mind have provided to you with all the lessons, wisdoms, knowledge you have acquired. Let us all be the people, the youth that Dr. Jose Rizal has said to us. Let us be the hope of our future. Indeed, in behalf of the LSL Comelec, as the chairperson, I am challenging all of you to be the hope of our future and the hope of our country. Again, animo. For the record, the DLSL Comelec would like to thank the following people who are behind of the success of this event. Senator Sonny Angara, Senator Miguel Zubiri, former Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno, Attorney Chel Jokno, Miss Samira Gutok, Congresswoman Sara Elago, Attorney Gali Angeles, Deputy House Leader Lauren Legarda, Brother Armin Luistro, and former Solicitor General Jose Cadiz for their support and significant contributions to the success of this webinar. The perspectives they have forged and the understanding they have enlightened has created the spark of our unwavering service and advocacy. To our program head, Isa Miguela Labrador, and to the whole Walk the Talk team, thank you so much for the dedication, time, commitment you have offered to plan and execute this activity. The LSL Comelec is so happy to have such competent leaders in our end. To the offices who have supported this activity, to the College Student Activities Office, to the Director of Student Services, Office of the Vice Chancellor for Mission, the Community Involvement Office, and the Strategic Communications Office, thank you. Without your full support and guidance, we will not be able to execute this activity as planned. And to our Lord, our God, who has always been there through ups and downs from preparation to execution. And lastly, to the DLSL community for taking part and participating in this activity. I can feel your willingness to learn and start to change the world. Let us all be the Lasallians we always say we are. Again, good afternoon and thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful words, Mr. Lescano. Truly, our event this afternoon is important, most especially for the youth to become more informed and proactive to enable their socio-civic engagement. Talaga namang tumatak sa akin yung sinabi ni Chair Jello na let's be the hope of our future and our country. Kumbaga, we must be the change that we want to see in our country. Tama ba ako, Frey and then Raina?
Yes, I agree. Napaka-important talaga ng mga nasabi ni Chair Jello sa atin, tsaka especially for the youth, ang kabataan, and the importance of understanding our rights and thinking critically. And I also appreciate na sinabi niya na una, kailangan ng mga kabataan maging woke. Kaya nga ang event natin ay titled The Woke the Talk. Kailangan natin maging aware. And the next part naman ay kailangan natin mag-walk the talk. So yung awareness natin, kailangan natin gamitin para mag-act on social issues. How about you po, Ate Freyan?
Yes, sa akin din yung ang take away ko dun sa shinare ni Chair, yun nga. Kanina joke lang yung walk, 'di ba? Yung parang meaning ng walk naglakad. But that's very true na kailangan hindi lang natin alam. Because a lot of Filipinos, a lot of young people really know naman kung ano yung tama. Pero kaunti lang talaga yung gumagawa or gumagawa ng action or nagtitake ng action dun sa issues na nakikita natin. So, ayun, I hope everyone would really learn something from our webinar today. So, ayan, get ready lang sa ating mga viewers right now. So, magkaroon lang tayo ng few shout-out sa ating mga viewers before tayo mag-proceed sa ating webinar. Alright. Okay, shout-out sa ating viewer na si Jean Resede. And Miss Alexandra Joy Hernandez. Alright, Sophia?
Shoutout din kay Kyle Jason Trinidad, Shimaya Arazo, Jan Elaine Baliwag, Cedric Tepan, and to my parents who are watching right now, shoutout sa inyo. How about you, Raina?
Yes, there's more viewers. Si Christian Simone De Jesus, Erin Charlize Armonia, Dexter Bathan, Joyce Nicola Villana, DLSL Comelec, and Miss Anjanette Lanes, our co-chairperson, of course.
Alright, ayan, grabe. On fire na ang ating comment section. Ayan, shout out daw sa'yo, Raina, coming from Joshua Cornejo. As well, ayan, shout out po kay Darlene, pinaka-cute na Q2A. Ayan, shout out din kay Evita Banaag and kay Chrislane Gian Badokdok.
And shoutout din kay Lance Domingo. Hello, Lance.
Hi, Lance. And everyone out there. Ayan. So, while we're waiting, syempre, alam ko na medyo matagal na tayong nasa online class, no? Kamusta naman ang mga modules natin since we're on our second semester na? Kamusta ka, Raina? How about you?
Ayun, nakatapos naman sa ilang mga minors, pero major subject talaga ang nagpapatagal sa paggawa ng modules, kaya medyo stress, pero carry naman.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Sophia?
Ganun din, nakausad naman, but alam ko lahat tayo na minsan nawawalan ng motivation, pero progress is progress, 'di ba? Kaya naman wag kayong mawawalan ng pag-asa, laban lang, konti na lang matatapos na lang ang second sem.
Yes, ako naman medyo challenging pa rin talaga kasi 'di ba parang adjustment pa lang nung first sem, and especially right now ako third year na ako. I know Sophia as well na third year na siya, so may thesis na, so very challenging, ang daming ginagawa, but then laban lang tayo, so sa ating mga viewers dyan, you may also comment kamusta na ba kayo, and we'll be glad to hear something from you.
Okay, and madagdag ko lang katulad nga ng sinabi ni Attorney Chel sa ating promotional video, napakahalaga na bumoto. Kaya sa mga hindi pa rehistrado dyan, magparehistro na kayo dahil hanggang September 2021 na lang yun. Right.
Yes, agreed. Napaka-important talaga na mag-register kayo to vote, especially since hanggang September na lang siya, and ang 2022 national elections would most likely be on the month of May. Kaya, if you're not registered yet, start thinking about registering now.
Alright, but before we move on, please watch this video.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Joel Cadiz. I graduated from the UP School of Economics with a degree of Business Economics. Then I went to law school, also in UP, as a working student. So I went to night school. I worked from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., then went to evening law school. But I wanted to go to law school. That's why I persevered and I persisted. I graduated from law school, even if it was very tough for me because I had limited time to study. And then after law school, I became active at the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. And then I was elected national president of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines in 2003 up to 2006. It means that I became the president of an organization of all lawyers in the country. After my stint at the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, I was offered financial assistance and went to Harvard University for my Master in Public Administration. Ngayon po na nakapagpakilala na ako sa inyo and I have established my credentials, buting estudyante. Kaya mabuhay po kayo sa inyong naisip na webinar. And I encourage all students all over the country, kung saan-saan mang paaralan, na manood itong webinar na ito at magrehistro at we exercise our right to vote.
Ang hirap nung pag sinabi nating naghahanap tayo ng leader, no? Kasi sa Pilipinas, parang yung tingin natin sa leader, kailangan politiko, kailangan mataas kaagad sa survey, kailangan awareness, parang kailangan dapat artista ka, magaling kang kumanta, magaling kang sumayaw. Pero alam naman natin na ang leader ay yung talaga naglilingkod.
Hello, I'd like to greet all the participants in the webinar of De La Salle Lipa. I think it's election related, and with elections approaching, please do register to vote. It's an important, it's at the very heart of our democracy. It's not the only thing, it's not the only duty of a citizen in a democracy, but it's one of the most important, the freedom to choose our leaders. The moment we give up that right, then we give the right to choose to other people. So sana our youth make their voice heard, kasi alam ko nasa 60% na po ang botante na masasabing youth. So the youth can elect their own leaders in the next elections. Please make wise choices, not just for us, but for the next generations. Mabuhay po kayo. God bless.
Greetings to all the students of De La Salle Lipa. I hope you take advantage of the e-boto and Walk the Talk initiatives to learn more about your right to vote. Whether you're voting in your school elections, the LGUs, or national government, I hope you realize your power as a voter and your power to shape the future. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you at the ballots. Mabuhay po, and God bless you all.
Hello sa mga estudyante ng De La Salle Lipa at sa inyong Comelec. The right to vote is one of the most important rights of all. When you vote, it's your chance to express yourself in the kind of leader that you want. When you vote, it's your chance to choose the next leaders in your community and in our country. Kaya sa hindi pa rehistrado, please make sure that you register for the next national elections. Hanggang September na lang yan. And also, of course, make sure that you vote and that you vote wisely. And also, finally, don't miss Walk the Talk webinar, May 5, starting at 12 p.m.
Magandang araw, mga taga Lasal University Lipa. Nakakatuwa po ang inyong tema ng pag-uusapan nyo sa mga susunod na buwan at alam naman natin kung ganong kahalaga ang eleksyon sa 2022. Ngunit ngayon, pinapaganda nyo ang usapan kasi ang awareness po tungkol sa kahalagahan ng pagboto ay dinadala nyo na mismo sa mga kabataan. Kung hindi po nakakabahagi sila dati, ay parang hindi nyo na po pinapalampas ang oportunidad na ngayon sa darating ng mga buwan at sa 2022 ay mararamdaman na ang boses ng mga kabataan. Alam nyo ho, ang bayan nating Pilipinas ay tinaguyod ng mga idealistic na mga kabataan. Sila Rizal po, sila Bonifacio, Emilio Jacinto, ang mga magigiting ng mga manunulat ng La Solidaridad at ng mga iba pa pong mga kilusan noong panahon ng First Philippine Revolution, mga bata po, mga 19, 26, ang oldest na po ay nasa early 30s. Ngunit nakikita po natin na ang pagsulong para sa kapakanan ng bayan sa ating kasaysayan ay talagang sinimulan ng mga kabataan. At hindi kailangang tumigil ang ganung tradisyon, kundi kailangang ipagpatuloy ng mga kabataan, lalong-lalo na po dito sa Lipa ng mga tagalasal. At alang mga karatig bayan nyo po at mga ibang syudad kung saan kayo nanggaling, ay dalhin yung ganung spirito ng kadakilaan at sabihin nyo, heto, meron tayong kakayanan sa ilalim ng konstitusyon na maging malaking puwersa para sa pagbabago. At dahil ang Lasal ay ang sentro ng kanyang pagtuturo ay ang mga katuturuan na nakikita ng mga Lasal Brothers na napupulot nila dahil sa buhay ni Kristo, ito ay ang pagsisilbi sa kapwa ayon sa pagmamahal ng Diyos sa bawat isang nilalang. Kaya't maghayo po kayo at naririto po ang aking pagsuporta sa ginagawa ng Commission on Elections ng students ng Lasal na i-encourage ang lahat magrehistro. Let's take the extra step of registering so that we can vote. And then let's take the extra step of understanding ano ang issues, values na kailangan pag-isipan upang ma-exercise ang sacred right to vote. Alam nyo po, ang nakataya dito ay ang future nyo. Ang mga generations po ng mga matatanda na po ay medyo palipas na po yan. Pero ang leadership po ng future ay nasa sa kamay nyo. At kung tama po ang magiging tugon natin, ay magkakaroon po ng bright future. Ang dream po natin ay isang bansa na tunay na tumatalima sa plano ng Diyos para sa bayang Pilipinas. Mabuhay ang Lasal, Lipa, mabuhay ang mga estudyante nito. Salamat po sa pagkakataong makausap ko kayo.
Wow, grabe, Sophia and Raina. Ang dami kong talagang natutunan from what they've said sa ating mga videos. Talagang nabusog ako and I've really seen dun sa mga sinabi nila kung gaano ba talaga ka-importante yung pagboto natin. Na tayong kabataan, dapat we should be unrestrained at hindi magiging hindrance ang pagiging bata para makagawa ng pagbabago para sa ating bayan.
Yes, that's true. Napakaganda nung sinabi ni Chief Justice Sereno na that's regardless of age. Kahit anong gawin mo, kahit anong edad mo, if you want to help your country, kahit gano'n man yan kaliit, kahit simpleng pag-share lang yan sa Facebook or pag-share ng thoughts mo about our government or about sa state natin, it can help. Tama ba ako, Raina?
Yes, I agree nga sa impact talaga ng kabataan sa mga nangyayari sa country natin ngayon. And as said nga before, kailangan natin mag-register to vote para makontinue natin yung tradition ng mga kabataan na talagang nagfa-fight for our country. Talagang any instance of injustice or any kind of social issue, immediately na magto-talk about tayo dito. Kaya nga tayo nag-walk the talk kasi kailangan natin maging aware sa mga issues na to.
Ayan. So, sa ating mga viewers dyan, alam ko, meron kayong takeaways din sa mga videos na napanood natin. Starting pa kay Brother Armin Luis hanggang kay CJ Sereno. Ayan, mag-comment kayo using our hashtags, hashtag Walk the Talk, DLSL, and hashtag Ask the Walk DLSL for us na ma-feature yan dito sa ating program. And right now, of course, gusto namin na ma-remind ang everyone, ayan nga, let's take this opportunity na to remind everyone to vote dahil pwede po tayo mag-register until September 30, 2021. So, paano nga ba mag-register? Napakasimple lang. First things first, kailangan we should ensure na eligible tayo. Una, we must be Filipino citizen. Pangalawa, we must be at least 18 years old on or before the election day, which would be on May 9, 2022. And we should be a resident of the Philippines for at least 1 year and a resident of the place in which you intend to vote for at least 6 months. So kung Tagalipa ka, so dapat 6 months ka ng Tagalipa or more pa. Alright, Sophia?
So the next one, find your Comelec office and book an appointment. So, at saka, tama ko na din yung kasunod, print and fill out Comelec forms at home. Kasi, share ko lang, no, kaka-register ko lang last year.
Wow.
I know, medyo late na, pero hindi naman, regardless of your age, go lang, magparehistro lang kayo dahil your vote matters. Kaka-register ko lang last year. So, kailangan nyo munang mag-set ng appointment sa website ng Comelec, and if i-fill out and print nyo yung Comelec forms dahil kapag wala kayo nun, hindi nila kayo i-entertain. Dahil din yun para sa safety ng bawat isa sa atin dahil alam naman nating tumataas yung COVID cases ngayon. So, anong next, Raina?
Ayan, aside from your eligibility, kailangan din, kailangan mag-photocopy ng valid ID na i-include sa mga online forms. And once na matapos mo na yun, you have your forms, your ID, you're eligible for registering, kailangan mo naman mag-make sure na safe ka pag pupunta ka sa Comelec office. Kasi, of course, COVID is still happening, pero as much as possible, we stay safe, even if we're registering face-to-face. So, I think that's all the steps. Are there more, Ate Freyan?
I think that's enough na. So ayun, I hope marami kayong nakuha coming from us sa kung paano ba mag-register. I myself, nag-register na ako nung, I think 18 or 19 ako. And I thought, mahaba yung process. Pero hindi pala, kailangan lang maging early ka, maging maagap ka. Don't wait na sa mismong deadline na nasa September 31 ka mag-register. So we still have 4 months to go. So, we're inviting all the Lasalians na mag-register dahil may magagawa ang bawat isa sa atin. Alright,
Yes.
Ayan, pwede tayo mag-shout out? Alright, first, we would like to shout out Frances Bacani from F2A and Lian Marjorie Topacio from A2C and Chloe Zara from G1C. Alright, Raina?
Okay, more shout out. Let's see here. Si Villa Pandojanica from AIS2A. Manimtim Dominic from F3A. Yes, Financial Management then. Who else? Viel Marie Canarias from W1A. Ate Sofia, other shout outs.
Hi, shoutout ko din si Raymart Barrientos. Hello. And then,
Yes.
si Vera Jane Samson. Si nasabi na siya. Shoutout ko lang din ulit si Joyce Nicole Villena. Hello, Joyce.
Hi. All right, more shout outs. Okay. Shout out kay Giselle Martinez from A2B. And shout out kay K.N. Gagan from F2A. And Yeshua Josiah Florentino from D5E. Tama ba? Sorry. Okay, thank you so much to all of our viewers and we hope na magstay po ang bawat isa sa atin hanggang dulo dahil we will assure na marami tayong mapupulot dito sa ating Walk the Talk.
Ayan. So before anything else, we are encouraging our viewers to send their questions to our dear speakers for this afternoon through the comment section or by using our official hashtags, hashtag WokeTheTalkDLSL and hashtag AskTheWokeDLSL. So Raina and Freyan, let's not keep our viewers waiting. Let us now proceed with our first speaker this afternoon.
Yes, we are all humbled to introduce to you our first guest. She is the first female representative of the Youth Party List Kabataan, Filipino for Young People, in the House of Representatives of the Philippines.
She is also the principal author of the Comprehensive Free Public Higher Education Bill in 2017.
Now, she is on her second term and part of the 12 House committees and is the youngest of the Board of Trustees of the Philippines Legislators Committee on Population and Development.
Ayan, viewers, I know you're excited na, kaya let us all
Yes.
welcome Representative Sara Elago.
Hi, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat sa pag-iimbita sa representasyon na ito ngayong araw. First and foremost, I would like to thank the De La Sandipa Committee on Election for organizing this event and gathering us all here to discuss federalism. Let me also greet you a good afternoon to all the DLSL officials, organizers, the faculty, support personnel, and of course, the students and all the participants of this event. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Muli, maraming salamat sa pagkakataon na maibahagi ang kasalukuyang papel ng mga kabataan sa pagtutulak ng mga makabuluhan ng mga reforma sa ating lipunan. We in Kabataan stand in solidarity with you here in Woke the Talk, particularly in recognizing the necessity of raising awareness, inspiring consistent action, having continued engagement, and upholding the value of Filipino youth's participation in current issues, especially in this extraordinarily difficult times. For kabataan, leadership is truly a product of the times. Its qualities are nurtured by necessity. It is something that is driven by the pursuit of positive development or simply an assertion to make things better, especially at the grassroots level. It must also be flexible and adaptable to the changing needs and aspirations of those we serve while keeping with our core values and principles. So kaya nagagalak tayo na sa espasyo na ito, matatalakay natin kasama ang mga leader estudyante at kayo mismong mga estudyante. By virtue of your social position, you can substantially influence the decisions of our policymakers, of our public officials. You can also shape the public opinion. Thus, you have a great responsibility to really exercise our civic duty to seek the truth and let facts, evidence, and science guide our actions, our positions, our principles in various issues. As leaders, we must always keep ourselves informed. We must keep ourselves updated on where we are now, especially in the pandemic response and recovery. Nasaan na ba tayo ngayon? Nasaan ba tayo bago ang COVID-19? Napakahalaga na matalakay muna natin ito dahil marami sa kasalukuyan nating kinakaharap na sitwasyon ay nakaapekto dun sa mga efforts para baguhin ang charter ng ating bansa. Nakaapekto rin ito dun sa nararapat na pampublikong proseso na pagdadaanan ng mga pagbabago sa ating saligang batas sa pamamagitan ng gampanin ng inyong mga representante sa loob ng Kongreso. Even before COVID-19, there are about 4 million children and youth who are already out of school. Dropout rate in college has already reached an alarming level of 80%. The Filipino youth has already registered a whopping 25% who are classified as NEET or not in education, employment, or training. Isa ito sa lagi nating binabantayan na measure ng effectivity no, ng ating mga engagement sa loob ng Kongreso. Paano ba natin pinapalawak yung opportunities no, sa mga kabataang Pilipino para mapaghusay at mapaunlad ang kanilang mga kakayanan at ang kanilang kapasidad na makapag-ambag sa kaunlaran ng ating bayan sa pamamagitan ng edukasyon, ng trabaho, ng kabuhayan, at ng kanilang pag-iensayo no, sa iba't ibang enterprises sa buong bansa. Unfortunately, even before COVID-19, we've already seen how the youth unemployment is already 3 times higher than the overall unemployment rate. Health has major challenges too in terms of accessibility and availability. Essential services for mental health and sexual and reproductive health have also been interrupted in many places because of certain restrictions in travel, cargo, and mobility. And now, in the midst of a public health emergency and following the onslaught of calamities, there's already a record high unemployment as millions of overseas and domestic workers lose their jobs. And a number of businesses and sources of livelihood are already forced into closing or trimming down operations. The government debt also skyrocketed as high as 9 trillion in 2020, and this is projected to reach 10 trillion by the year end of 2021. Meanwhile, the economy has already dipped at a historic low at negative 9.5%. And despite having one of the longest lockdowns in the world, COVID-19 cases are still increasing and the prospect of controlling its spread remains dim. There's still no transparent COVID-19 vaccination program and the presence of a comprehensive, health-focused, rights-based, and participatory approach to the overall pandemic response. Pagdating sa edukasyon, alam din natin kung gaano karami yung mga challenges ngayon no? Na kaugnay ng pagtitiyak ng inclusive, alternative learning modalities at gayon din yung protection ng ating mga teachers and education support personnel. So lahat ng ito no, kinakailangan ma-address. So clearly, napakaraming mga issues na dapat munang tugunan, na dapat bigyang prioridad at dito pumapasok no, yung nagiging debate ngayon pagdating sa federalism at charter change. All the pressing issues we've mentioned concerning the youth, the education stakeholders, and the Filipino people at large must indeed be tackled with a sense of urgency, not only in this forum, no, but in all possible spaces for discussion, debate, and dialogue from our homes to our communities, online and offline. Kumbaga, pagdating sa walk the talk, no, napakalaki ng challenge sa atin to really turn information to action, to genuinely, sincerely, systematically, and organizationally demand government action, to demand transparency, to demand accountability right now. Because we have the right to demand better leadership and better governance. In a broad sense, no, we know how the COVID-19 pandemic has really caused unprecedented social disruption and decimated the global economy. Clearly, a change is needed. And as the crisis has also made clear, no, the decisions that our leaders make can spell the difference between life and death. Hindi lang yan sa aspeto ng COVID-19, no, kundi sa aspeto ng pagbabago ng forma ng gobyerno dito sa ating bansa. And malaki ang challenge sa atin ngayon. No? Paano natin titiyakin na yung mga reforma ay tutugon dun sa mga ugat na nagiging pangmatagalan, kumbaga nagiging chronic no paulit-ulit. To all who have joined us today online, we have witnessed how the pandemic has not only aggravated long-standing problems, it has also deepened inequalities and magnified the income gap in the Philippines. We must remember that the decisions that our leaders make, tatsa man yan, kung papakialaman yung political provisions o yung economic provisions lang, These will all affect our future in so many ways. In our lifetime, we've already had this unprecedented crisis that has demanded our government to intervene, to save lives. And this crisis uh, has also increased your interest, young people's interest in civic engagement and political processes. Thus, this forum on federalism. Since the quick passage of the Bayanihan Law, yet the slow distribution of SAP, because of the vaccine missteps, a dolomite dumping in Manila Bay, railroading of the anti-terror law, attacks on free press, and threats to academic freedom, just to name a few of the Filipino people's utmost concerns, the young people now want to know who their representative is in Congress, or they ask who the senators are, who are the members of Congress who voted for a particular measure, how to lobby, what are the agenda of the meetings in the plenary session, who are the members of the interagency task force versus COVID-19, who is accountable for the very slow containment measures against COVID-19. Sa dami ng mga tanong na yan, kaya ganun din yung dami no, ng iba't ibang forma ng pagtatanong no, mula sa ating taong bayan kung bakit nauuna pa ngayon yung pag-uusap hinggil sa charter change bago man yung ayuda o bago yung kinakailangan ng economic stimulus na para tumugon dun sa mga urgent na pangangailangan ng ating mamamayan. In the 17th Congress, no, as presented by Professor Bobby Tuason of CENTEC in his paper titled Another Try at Charter Change, he asked no, in this paper, can federalism take off during the last 3 years of Duterte? Ngayon, nasa huling humigit kumulang 2 taon na lang tayo. In the 17th Congress, the debate on a constitutional shift to a federal form of government was sidetracked for at least 3 reasons. First, the priority given to the ratification of the proposed Bangsamoro Organic Law in Muslim Mindanao, the deadlock in Congress over the proposed national budget then, no, and the preparations for the 2019 midterm, national and local elections, which preoccupied Congress and the executive department. Yung kalagayan noong 2019, noong first months ng 2019, nakikita ulit natin ngayon na nangyayari. No? Maraming mga katanungan pagdating sa national budget, maraming panawagan ng budget realignment para sa ayuda, para sa econ relief, para sa paglikha ng trabaho. At nandyan na, no? Paparating na, halos nagsimula na nga, no? At marami din, ibang usapan pa yan no? Kung paano natin titiyakin na talagang magiging fair, honest, ang 2022 election ay damang-dama na natin no, sa iba't ibang mga pamamaraan. At maski sa parte ng mga estudyante, nagsisimula na rin tayo na mag-aral kung paano ba titiyakin na yung boto natin ay mapupunta no, dun sa mga karapat-dapat na kandidato na magsisilbi sa interes ng publiko. In the same year, no, year 2019, when we were discussing the prospects of Chacha for the 18th Congress, the current Congress, President Duterte has also backtracked on his federalism proposal, but asked Congress to amend the Constitution, which critics say will do away with its protectionist economic provisions. So before we look into some of the provisions in the 18th Congress proposal, let us first take a look at federalism, its definition, its types, the characteristics of its systems. Next slide, please. All right, so there are a number of opportunities wherein you can participate in this directly through our committee hearings. Next. So apart from Chacha, federalism, fora, webinars hosted by Congress, the proponents, and those who are for or against bills or resolutions related to the shift to federalism, you can also participate in all other measures related to youth and people's concerns. Next. We've structured this presentation based on the questions, the queries raised by the Comelec. So first on their list of questions is what is federalism? Federalism can be defined in many ways, but we chose this general definition based on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which defines federalism as the theory or advocacy of federal principles for dividing powers between member units and common institutions. Unlike in a unitary state, sovereignty in federal political orders is non-centralized, often constitutionally between at least two levels, so that units at each level have final authority and can be self-governing in some issue area. Citizens thus have political obligations to or have their rights secured by two authorities. So later, no, we'll show you some of the manifestation of this characteristic through the various proposals by proponents of federalism under the Duterte administration. But before we move into that, no, let us look at the semantics of federalism from its etymology. It comes from the late Latin word fidus, meaning treaty, compact, or contract. Fidus comes itself from an older Latin word fides, meaning trust. Ano-ano yung mga naging unang paggamit nito? No? Fidus has been used from the ancient Roman Republic and Empire when it was referring mostly to treaties with populations in other parts of the Italian peninsula at the times of the Republic. It has also been present in the Middle Ages, meaning a treaty of alliance between political entities and referring mostly to peace treaties. For instance, Saint Isidore of Seville in the 6th century was mentioning Fidera Passes for peace treaties. So that's according to cairn.info. Sa bahagi natin, no, nakita rin natin kung paano nga itong mga kontrata, itong mga alliances ang bumuo dun sa mga susunod na mga naging confederates, na confederation, pagsasama-sama ng iba't ibang political entities na merong common interest, no, pero meron ding differing priorities, plans of action, or governance style no, na fit dun sa kanilang particular na pinamumunuan. Presently, there are only 30 of the world's 195 countries which have federal systems. But together, these 30 countries represent 40% of the world's population. Di yan kataka-taka no, as what's presented by the International Alliance for Democracy, that federalism provides a practical way for groups of people who have some things in common, but also some important differences to live together. So for this reason, federalism is often a choice for large countries like India, the United States, Brazil, Germany, Mexico, and Nigeria. Further, it states that federalism is also often chosen by countries which have a very diverse population living in different parts of the country who wish to preserve their own identities. Their diversity could be ethnic, religious, or linguistic. So, for instance, no, countries such as Belgium, Switzerland, and Japan. Yan yung, kumbaga, depende dun sa peculiar ang characteristics ng mga bansa. No, kaya, hindi rin natin masasabi na pare-pareho yung federalismo sa mga bansa na may federal system. Nakadepende yan doon sa overall national aspiration, characteristics, citizens, collective demands, aspirations for their country, no, the overall sovereign, kung ano ba yung tipo no, ng istruktura na mag-work no, para sa kanila. So overall, no, from the definitions we've discussed, no, we can say that these are the basic characteristics of a federal system. It has at least two levels of government. It can be the central level or the second level that includes territorial entities into which the country is divided in regions, states, or provinces. In the proposed a federal system of the consultative committee formed by the Duterte administration in 2018. Their design is it looks like this. They are proposing to adopt a federal presidential system, to adopt a more representative legislature. Later, we'll see what a Congress under a federal system looks like. It will also adopt 4 high courts. It aims to strengthen constitutional commissions, establish 16 federated regions, and the Bangsamoro and Cordillera regions and their government. It also aims to give exclusive powers, including power to tax, makes a more effective exercise of people's initiative to enact, amend, or repeal laws, and to amend or revise the Constitution. And one of its aim is to design a federal system that will ensure a permanent, indissoluble nation. Okay, but this is not the only proposal. No? We also have the House back proposal. Ngayon, natanggal na lahat yung may kinalaman sa shift to federalism. Wala nang amendment sa political provisions. Ang natira na lang yung mga proposed amendments on the economic provision. That is the insertion of the phrase unless otherwise provided by law to allow the removal of restrictions on foreign capital ownership in our constitution. So, yan yung nilalaman ngayon ng resolution of both houses number 2 filed by Speaker Velasco in the 18th Congress. That's also the version that is currently in the plenary. It's a subject of the debate and interpellation in the 18th Congress. This youth representation is also one of those interpellators on this measure. So, abangan nyo kung itutuloy pa yan. Dahil ang balita natin nung Marso, dapat tapos na yan bago mag-take ng break ang Kongreso. Ngunit ngayon, may kita natin kung matutuloy pa yan bago matapos ang second regular session ng kasalukuyang Kongreso pag dumating na ang resumption ng Congress sa darating na May 17. Okay, nandyan din yung version na proposed by PDP Laban at talagang nagbabago-bago yan. Napakalaki na nung mga nabawas pagdating dun sa mga ninanais na baguhin pagdating sa form ng ating government sa kasalukuyan na bersyon na pinagdedebatihan sa Kongreso. We've also seen from the examples I mentioned earlier that federalism provides ways by which different groups share power over common interests, but also provides these groups to have a level of autonomy vis-a-vis central state institutions. So again, an illustration based from the bayanihan, based from the proposed changes in the charter from the consultative committee, ito yung kanilang distribution of powers. So masasaad sa konstitusyon kung paano ba yung magiging sharing ng powers sa federal government at doon sa mga federated region. Sa isa sa mga proposals, ito yung hatian on Article 7, distribution of powers of the government. The federal government will have exclusive power over defense, security of land, sea, air territory, foreign affairs, international trade, up to the election. So sa listahan na yan, makikita nyo kung ano yung nasa federal government. As with the regional territory, through the federated regions, they will have power over the socio-economic development planning, creation of sources of revenue, financial administration and management, up to culture and language development, sports development, parks and recreation. Depende yan sa magiging sense, hindi lang sense, pero decision ng taong bayan sa pamamagitan ng kanilang elected representatives. Depende pa yan kung ang pipiliin na moda ng pagbabago ng konstitusyon ay Constituent Assembly, by the Constitutional Convention, and isa sa mga pinagdedebatihan at naging showstopper din noong 17th Congress sa kung paano rin boboto ang Kongreso. Jointly ba or separately? Kung magkakasama lahat, nakita na agad natin na magiging dominado yan ng House of Representatives dahil ang current members nasa 304 at kung sa Senado nasa 24. Yung isa naman voting separately, 3/4 no? Yung kinakailangan, 3/4 ng bilang ng House at 3/4 ng bilang ng Senado ang kinakailangan para makapagpasa nito. On the next query of our Committee on Election, will federalism affect Congress? If so, how? Based on the current proposals, this will be the structure of the federal government. Again, I'm pulling an example from the Consultative Committee on the review of the Constitution of the 1987 Constitution. Ano maging itsura niya? Bicam pa rin, so mananatili ang Senado at ang House of Representatives, but from the 24 number of senators, there will be, based on the proposal, there will be 2 per region. So kung meron kang 16 na federated regions plus Bangsamoro and Cordillera, so overall meron kang nasa 32 no? Or 36 rather na mga senators at the least. Meanwhile, in the House of Representatives, yung current na 20% na allotted seats para sa party representation, itataas sa 40% at 60% na lamang para dun sa congressional district. There will also be additional qualifications. Sa ngayon, wala niyan. Walang qualification ng college degree or equivalent na degree. Yan, no? Essentially yung magiging itsura niya. Iba-iba rin yung bilang ng federated regions, depende sa proposal. It can be as low as 6, 8, dun sa mga nakita nating mga proposal, to as high as 16, plus the autonomous regions based on this proposal. Kung yan ang itsura ng Kongreso, ito naman pagdating sa executive. So, ang presidente will be directly elected by the people in tandem with the vice president. Hindi katulad ngayon na magkahiwalay yan. Pero ang magiging pagbabago dito, ang pagboto mo sa presidente pareho sa vice president, na matitiyak na sila ay manggagaling sa iisang political party. Babaguhin din ang term. No? So, mula sa 6 years dati, sa proposal na ito, 4-year term with 1 re-election. Pagdating naman sa judiciary, may establishment ng 4 high courts from the Supreme Court, Constitutional Court, Administrative Court, Electoral Court, at yan ay mas mapapalalim ng ating susunod na mga tagapagsalita no, na may kinalaman sa implications naman sa judiciary ng federalism o ng shift to federal government. Now, based on the resolution of both houses tackled in the earlier year, in the first year of the 18th Congress, meron din tayong mga binantayan mabuti na mga political provisions. Ito binabantayan pa rin natin hanggang ngayon, kahit pa econ provisions na lang yung nilalaman na pinagdedebatihan ngayon sa House of Representatives. Dahil pag natuloy yan, bukod sa House, pwede pa nandyan din ang laban sa Senado na kailangan din nating dagdag na bantayan kung paano ba pag-uusapan, kung dadagdagan ba ng pag-uusap tungkol sa political provisions. Ito yung mga nilalaman nung napasa nung first year ng 18th Congress. Nagbibigay ng kapangyarihan to supplant the state government or the federated regions doon sa kung sino man ang nasa executive na kailangan natin bantayan against all forms of monopoly or consolidation of power para matiyak natin na walang magiging abuso sa kapangyarihan. There are also provisions on the indissolubility and permanence of the federal constitution. So we've raised concerns on how the people can actually reform the Constitution from its current form, if this version is passed. We've also sounded the alarm on the Transition Commission, which will be headed by the President. Mula doon sa pagpasa ng kung maipapasa pa ito, kung maihahabol pa, magkakaroon ng Federal Transition Commission na maaaring, again, na binabantayan natin dahil sa vulnerability nito, sa current fragility, sa kahit anong forma ng abuse. So sa lahat ng pampublikong proseso, ang general stance naman at posisyon ng kabataan, dapat magtiyak ng transparency, accountability in all matters. So later on, makita rin natin yung efforts ng kabataan pagdating sa pagtitiyak nito. Next, how will federalism affect the constitutional right to vote? Across all proposals, hindi naman pumapayag na mawala yung karapatan sa pagboto ng ating mga kababayan. And we are also standing by our right to take part in the government of our country through our freely chosen, democratically elected representatives, as we've firmly provided and fought for in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the realization of these rights in our country. Malaking challenge sa atin na hindi lang to dapat nakalagay sa papel, yung mga ipinaglaban ng mga nauna sa atin na nakasaad ngayon dun sa ating deklarasyon ng karapatang pantao. Alam natin na maraming mga challenges na kaugnay nito, mula sa karapatan sa pagkain, sa kalusugan, sa edukasyon, sa pabahay, sa social protection, hanggang sa suffrage dito sa ating bansa. Yung pagtitiyak ng malinis na halalan, pagtitiyak na magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na makapag-participate. At hindi lang makapag-participate sa kampanya o makatakbo, kundi mapataas yung tsansa na manalo sa darating na eleksyon. Kaya isa ito sa talagang pagbabantayan natin na mapapangalagaan para hindi bumalik sa kahit anong forma ng dictatorship o authoritarian na regime dito sa ating bansa. Last of the questions posed by the Comelec, and probably the most important one, is federalism the appropriate form of government in the Philippines? Kung titingnan natin yung mga present measures on good governance in the past 2 to 3 years, malaki ang naging impact din ng COVID-19 sa recording na pagdating dito dahil nga ang daming mga services ang sideline o marami muna ang wala tayong concrete na measure na pagbabatayan o maski sa benchmarking, nahihirapan tayo dahil iba-iba talaga yung naging epekto sa atin ng pandemya. Across all sectors, talagang maraming na apektuhan at marami din tayong mga successes, mga past victories na nagkaroon ng pagtigil o para tayong umatras doon sa mga naging gains na natin sa iba't ibang aspects. Kung titingnan natin yung indicators, the most recent ones on the worldwide governance indicators, mataas tayo pagdating sa government effectiveness, sa regulatory quality, pero nananatiling mababa pagdating sa voice and accountability, sa control of corruption and rule of law. Gayon din sa Global Competitive Index, the Open Budget Index, and this is something that we must maximize. Marami tayong bukas yung mga kopya ng mga libro ng ating national budget, kung saan ginagastos yung pondo ng ating bayan, nasa vigilance sa pagbabantay ng mamamayan at yung pag-guarantee ng ating right to information, freedom of information, nang walang kahit anong forma ng reprisal sa lahat ng mga nananaliksik, sa lahat ng mga nagtatanong, sa lahat ng mga gustong makaalam, ay magagamit natin ito, yung ating pagkakaroon ng mataas na score pagdating sa Open Budget Index. Isa sa mahalagang pagbantayan dyan, halimbawa, no, sa bahagi ng representation ng kabataan, no makita natin na sobrang taas ng pondo para sa mga flood control project, samantalang yung projects na yun nakalagay sa mga lugar na walang history ng pagbaha, yun na yung punto na dapat na tayo mag-raise ng question, bakit ganun? Diba? Saan ba talaga yan ginamit? O ginamit ba talaga yan para dun sa intended purpose na nakasaad sa ating batas, no, sa ating General Appropriations Act? Kung titignan din natin sa World Justice Project, sa rule of law, uh, may mga challenges tayo pagdating sa nagkaroon ng downward trend in the past years, may kinalaman sa Marawi siege, sa extrajudicial killings at sa drug war. Kaya isa, no, sa kinakailangan natin kung ninanais talaga natin na magkaroon ng makabuluhan ng mga pagbabago ay yung pagpapalakas ng sistema ng hustisya sa ating bansa. At panghuli, no, pagdating sa korupsyon, ah sa CPI, no, sa Corruption Perceptions Index for 2020, bumaba na naman, no, yung ating ranking. Kaya, again, no, yung mga advocates ng good governance, paglaban ng korupsyon, pagtindig para sa transparency and accountability ay isang bagay na talagang sinusuportahan natin. At again, dapat ma-exercise no, yung vigilance ng mamamayan ng na malaya sa kahit anong forma ng pagbabanta o ng reprisal. Isa pa sa kailangan natin tignan ay yung regional allocation ng budget. Kung ganito na talagang lopsided yung nagiging allocation, as you can see, sobrang taas pa rin ang napupunta sa National Capital Region compared to Visayas, Mindanao, and Luzon. Talagang makikita natin yung unequal no, na development across provinces, towns, municipalities, lalo-lalo na yung mga far-flung areas na kinakailangan talaga ng socio-economic projects, development projects na magbe-benefit dun sa ating mga constituents. So to conclude, no, the form of government is not decisive in development. No, what we need is actual socio-economic reforms that would address the pervasive corruption, persistent poverty, inequality in our country. Ano ba yung mga sasagot dun sa mga nagiging ugat ng kahirapan sa ating bansa? Grabe yung marginalization, maraming walang trabaho, malaki pa ang hamon pagdating sa industrialization ng ating bansa. Malaki din ang papel ng kung paano ba natin pauunlarin yung wealth of natural resources na meron tayo. The 1987 Constitution is also not immutable. It can be reformed, but it must be a change for the better and not for the worse. It also transcends precedent, so it must be carefully studied with meaningful and substantial participation of the people. So in order to do that, I strongly urge you to build a relationships by building, forging solidarities among networks. I'd like to quote this a statement from Daniel Hunter of the Climate Resistance. He said that in our groups and campaigns, we build relationships. These webs and fabrics of communities are how we will see crisis through. They will be networks to adjust, transition, and hold on to resistance even as individuals may shift in and out of their roles. So organizationally, sa Comelec man yan o sa student government natin sa iba't ibang org sa inyong paaralan, naway masuportahan nyo ang iba't ibang initiatives para sa just and green recovery ng ating bansa, in forwarding an economy that will guarantee the enjoyment of human rights without harm from climate change, pollution, deforestation, waste, and environmental degradation, to advance an economy in which all are afforded adequate social protection and access to public essential services. Third is to advance an economy with enhanced opportunities for decent, sustainable, and safe employment for all. Next is to guarantee affordable access to nutritious, sustainable, culturally appropriate food and other essential goods for all. Fifth is to urgently consider funding all these measures we've mentioned through the reallocation of funds, especially to education, health, and employment generation sectors. And lastly, ensuring the meaningful participation from all sectors of society. Again, yan din yung pinakakinakailangan natin. Kung sakali nagugulong ang charter change, kung maipapasok ang shift to a federal system, mulit-muli na kinakailangan ang pagtitiyak ng partisipasyon ng mamamayang Pilipino. Kasabay niyan, we also need to step up our efforts to push for measures related to good governance and youth empowerment. Meron tayong dalawang pangunahin na sinusulong na batas. Una, yung Freedom of Information Bill, at pangalawa, yung budget reform process bills na mag-ensure ng greater accountability and public financial management and the promotion of fiscal sustainability. Ano pa yung mga pwede nating pagdalhan ng ating strengthened participation, a meaningful engagement sa ating mga public officials dito sa Chacha, sa usapin ng federalism at sa pagtugon sa krisis ngayon na kinakaharap natin, lalo na sa edukasyon. Kaya inanyayahan din namin kayo to join us in the movement for safe, equitable, quality, and relevant education in our proposal to prioritize COVID-19 vaccination for students, teachers, our faculty, and all frontliners addressing the learning crisis. We must also ensure that we're able to uphold and defend academic freedom. Sa darating po na May 17, pwede rin kayo mag-participate dun sa pag-uusap ng pag-uphold ng UPD&D Accord at pagpapatupad ng esensya nito, hindi lang po sa UP, hindi lang sa PUP, na meron ng similar accords, pero sa lahat ng educational institutions. We also enjoin you to support ang socio-economic projects such as the community pantries and this Kalay initiative, the Kapit Kamay Alternative Learning Avenue for the Youth in support of children who are struggling with online classes. So we stand in solidarity with one another in calling for the academic easing, safe school reopening, because learning never stops. We can enjoy not only the exercise of our fundamental freedoms, our civic and political rights without fear of reprisal, only by strengthening our unity. So we must also work to support and collaborate with groups who are for youth empowerment or youth empowerment, capacity building programs in pursuit of gender equality, human rights, good governance, justice, and peace. All because we are safer in solidarity despite the physical distance. Kaya sulong tayong lahat sa mabuting pamumuno, sa usapin ng federalismo, kailangan nating pag-aralan mabuti, hindi ang forma, kundi ang sustansya ng mga magiging pagbabago, ng mga panukalang probisyon upang tiyakin na ang lahat ng pagbabago na ito ay hindi maging self-serving, kundi tunay na maglilingkod sa interes ng mamamayang Pilipino. Kaya muli, maraming salamat at padayon sa inyo sa nakikiisa sa Walk the Talk.
All right, thank you so much po for the inspiring words, Representative Sara Elago. And it is really true na hindi form ng government talaga ang may kakayahang gumawa ng pagbabago sa ating bayan. There should be a good governance kung saan mas mapagtutuunan ng pansin na mabigyan ng solusyon ang mas mahalagang issue dito sa ating bayan. How about you, Raina and Sophia? Do you have anything na insights ninyo from Rep. Elago?
Yes, the very beginning of the talk pa lang, ang dami ko na agad natutunan and ang dami ko realizations, especially when Representative Sara Elago said na we must turn information to action and demand government action, transparency, and accountability, especially now na ang daming social issues na nangyayari and ang daming events talaga na nangyayari sa ating country. How about you po, Sophia?
Yes, at saka collective effort talaga ng mga kabataan and the Filipino people para tayo magkaroon ng mga leaders na may kakayahan na bigyan tayo ng maayos na accountability at saka transparency. And sobrang substantial ng talk ni Representative Sara Elago. And I know yung mga viewers natin dyan ay may questions in mind. Kaya naman we are now allowing you, our dear viewers, to use this time to ask Representative Sara Elago on what she has just shared. You may comment your questions on the chat box here in our live stream or tweet your questions using the hashtag on the screen, hashtag WalkTheTalkDLSL, and hashtag AskTheWokeDLSL.
Ayan, while we wait for some of our viewers to comment on YouTube, we have gathered some questions already, so we'll start with these. First question po, I would just like to ask how to prevent getting red tagged and if there is a policy protecting the youth from this. And in the case I do get red tagged, how should I react po?
First, we must always look after each other's health, well-being, and welfare. So we must confront this issue not at our personal capacities, no, because this is clearly beyond us, beyond the individual. No, but we must face this with reliance on our collective capacity, no, to combat any form of discrimination and disinformation. Malinaw sa mga kabataan na diskriminasyon ang nangyayari dahil imbes na pakinggan yung mga issues, concerns, aspirations natin, imbes na sagutin yung mga tanong natin, ang karaniwan na hinaharap sa atin, kung hindi man panre-red tag, nagiging pagbabanta o kaya pagmamaliit dahil sa mga estudyante pa tayo o mga kabataan pa tayo, nang hindi binubuksan yung espasyo para talagang pag-usapan kung ano yung mga hinaing natin sa iba't ibang mga palisiya ng ating bansa. No, kaya unang-una na kinakailangan natin na gawin ay palakasin yung organizational capacity natin to really sound the alarm against red tagging. So you may start by raising awareness in your organizations or in your communities, and then ensure na meron din tayong clear and clarion call to end all forms of red tagging online and offline. Third is to follow through on all our efforts to end the deadly and damaging and discriminatory practice of red tagging. So in Congress, ang dami-dami po niyan ng mga resolutions, bills, even penalizing red tagging. We've also filed a complaint no, before the National Bureau of Investigation, the CHR, and even the Office of the Ombudsman, involving officials no, who are red tagging outspoken youth and student leaders and other personalities, or even po yung mga karaniwan nating mga kababayan no, na nagre-raise ng kanilang mga criticism or ng kanilang mga dissent or kahit nag-raise lang ng kanilang question on various matters. Panghuli, wag po tayong tumigil hangga't hindi natin nakakamit yung katotohanan at yung pananagutan. We must demand and we must not stop no until justice and accountability is fully served, no, especially for all those victims of red tagging. Hindi po kaila sa atin na yung pagiging target ng tagging, hindi ka lang nagiging biktima ng vilification, ng harm, slander, ng damage sa iyong reputation, kundi marami ding instances na ito ay nagreresulta dun sa assault o kaya naman ang pinakamabigat yung killing no, ng mga human rights defenders, lawyers, maski mga doktor no na nare-red tag. No, kaya gawin natin na sistematiko yung ating aksyon no, sa school level. No, pwede niyo itong pagtulungan. Hindi lang dapat kayong estudyante, pero isama niyo yung mga officials niyo, mga university officials natin, mga teachers, faculty, education support personnel. na manawagan na hindi dapat red tagging, hindi pagbabanta, hindi vilification, no, kundi dapat pakinggan yung ating mga demands na may kinalaman sa inclusive learning, yung mga demands natin para sa financial assistance, sa continued relief, aid, subsidies no, para sa education sector at marami pang iba na mga aktwal na mga pangangailangan ngayon ng taong bayan sa gitna ng pandemya.
Thank you so much po. We will proceed with the next question. Rayan?
Alright, next question po. According po sa ating sender, I'm a first-time voter. How can I know the soon-to-be candidates more so I could decide on who I think is the right for the position? Also, as someone who uses social media more often than I should, Twitter has been one of the social media apps that I get news and opinions on several political discussions. Is Twitter a good platform to know the candidates and their advocacies? And do other people's opinions matter when knowing who the candidates are?
In terms of knowing the candidates, you have a critical role no, in this no, because you have this capacity to open this space online, no, to invite resource speakers and to invite prospective candidates, no, aspiring candidates to share to share their platforms with you, no, their plans. No, so, ipagpatuloy nyo lang ito hanggang sa mga susunod na mga buwan na pwede nyo din maimbitahan no, in the future yung mga magiging kandidato. Ano yung pwede nating maitanong at pwedeng tignan? First, yung track record. No, kung first time niya rin na sumabak o tumakbo sa eleksyon, so pwede nyo tignan yung kanilang track record sa private sector o ano ba yung mga ginagawa nila prior to running for public office. No? Napakahalaga niyan para ma-check yung pagiging consistent at saka yung sincerity in serving the interest of the public. Makikita natin yan sa kanilang mga past statements, pronouncements, actions, and engagement. Second, napakahalaga ng platform no, na nakalapat dun sa kanilang mandate. If it's for a party list, for instance, malinaw ang mandato namin, that is to raise the voices of the marginalized and underrepresented. No, kaya ano ba yung mga dapat yung tignan sa plataforma, sa kanilang mga programa, sa kanilang mga aksyon na malinaw na tutugon doon. No, doon sa pagtitiyak na yung mga hindi natin gaano naririnig o yung mga kailangan pa ng mga dagdag na mga boses o dagdag na lakas ng boses ay nakasaad doon sa mga programa at sa mga plan of action. Ngayon, pagdating sa mga pwede niyong pagkunan ng information, na meron tayong benefit ngayon ng internet, ang daming mga platforms na pwede nating gamitin para maka-interact no, yung mga kandidato at makakuha ng mas maraming mga information, opinion, insights mula sa ating mga kababayan. Ginawa din niya na mas mabilis no, yung connection at yung pag-build ng relationships natin. Ngunit wala pa rin makakatalo doon sa, kung meron kayong opportunity na magpunta sa mga communities nyo through your NSTP program, of course, with strict adherence to minimum health protocols, with the guidance of your advisors, of your school, no? Yung faculty ninyo, kung paano ba kayo nagkakandak ngayon ng NSTP, may it be in the Civic Welfare Training Service or the Literacy Training Service, and get to know your community. Lalong-lalo na yung mga underserved o yung nananatili na nabubuhay na talagang sobrang hirap o yung mga nakakaranas ng gutom. Marami rin tayong pwedeng matutunan mula sa kanila dahil may boses din sila. Hindi tayo nagpo-propose ng mga measures na nanggaling lang sa atin mismo, no, kundi talagang inspired ito dun sa nakikita natin at nababahagi mismo sa atin ng mga demands ng mga tao na pinaka-nangangailangan na yung public officials nila ay titindig para sa kanila ng kasama sila at hindi kailanman mamaliitin yung kanilang mga boses at mga pinaglalaban. Kaya beyond online platforms, no, I hope that you can also create spaces to get to know your communities, no, surrounding communities ninyo, or mismo sa school. No, kamusta ba yung mga klase nyo ngayon, mga guro ninyo, para malaman din natin no, kung ano ba yung mga particular demands na meron ang De La Salle pa no, sa iba't ibang issues na kinakaharap ng ating bayan. Pagdating naman sa Twitter, relatively mas okay sila kumpara sa ibang mga platforms kasi stricto sila pagdating sa pagbaban no, ng mga political ads. Nakita rin natin in the past years no, kung paano sila naging very strict in terms of fact-checking, in combating disinformation. No? So kaya kailangan din natin itulak no, lahat ng mga social media platforms mula sa TikTok, Facebook na magkaroon talaga ng malinaw no, na policy at hindi yung mabagal no, pero yung mabilis na mga palisiya on how to combat disinformation, misinformation while upholding no, the right to due process, freedom of expression, thought, and opinion of the citizens. No, kailangan natin yan natiyakin. At dagdag pa dyan, no, panghuli, malaki din yung boses natin pagdating sa pagtatanggol ng free and critical press sa ating bansa. No? So, kasabay ng pagpoprotekta natin sa privacy, sa data security, information sa social media, ganun din sa mainstream and alternative media. Tiyakin natin na sila ay makakagampan dun sa sobrang halaga nilang role no? In reporting the truth and holding power to account. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you
You
so
for
much
that
po.
very informative and inspiring answer po, Representative Sara. So for the final question po, what would be your advocacy if you were granted the opportunity to run for the 2022 election, particularly now that the Philippines and the government are in disarray?
First, we need not wait for the 2022 elections to raise our voices no, and raise the voices of the people, amplify the demands, issues, and aspirations of various marginalized and underrepresented sectors. Magpaparehistro tayo upang makaboto. Ngunit ngayon pa lang, irehistro na natin yung panawagan natin para sa pagpapalakas ng sistema ng kalusugan, sa edukasyon, gayon din paglikha ng trabaho at kabuhayan. But to answer the question, no, given the opportunity, hindi lang to sa akin, no, pero sa inyo ring lahat. No, kung meron man sa inyo na magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na tumakbo sa sangguniang kabataan, or sa student government, or sa student council, when you're presented that opportunity to make a difference, go and seize it. No? Kunin nyo yung pagkakataon na yan dahil hindi lahat ay nagagawa rin na bibigyan ng ganyang pagkakataon na gumawa ng mga pagbabago at manguna no, sa kanilang mga komunidad. On my part, no, I will push for a youth guarantee. No? Youth guarantee in terms of three things. First is health, education, and employment. Three things that would guarantee a better future no, for young people. Pag maayos ang sistema ng kalusugan, ang sistema ng edukasyon, at may mga mekanismo kung paano lilikha ng trabaho para magkaroon ng mas maraming trabaho at kabuhayan dito sa bansa ng may living wage, na hindi sapat yung minimum wage na hindi nakakabuhay, no, kundi yung disenteng pasahod para makakain ng buong pamilya at malabanan ng kahit anong forma ng abuso at mga unfair labor practices. Yan ang tatlo no, na pangunahin na kinakailangan ng mga kabataan. And coupled with this youth guarantee on education, employment, and health is our commitment no, to uphold our national sovereignty and defend our territorial integrity. Isa po yan sa dapat nating pagtulong-tulungan kung paano titiyakin na ang yaman ng Pilipinas mapapakinabangan una't una ng mamamayang Pilipino. Muli, maraming salamat sa inyo, Comelec, at best of luck no, to all student candidates and to our future young public servants. Maraming salamat po.
Ayan, thank you so much po, We would also like to thank those who sent their questions. And thank you so much, Representative Sara Elago, for your time and effort in joining us again in our webinars. Please be reminded that your token of gratitude will be sent to your given address.
And of course, to express our appreciation, may we call on Miss Isa Labrador, the activity head of Walk the Talk, for the presentation of the certificate.
De La Salle Lipa's College Students Activities Office Committee on Elections awards this certificate of recognition to Representative Sara Ilago for her valuable contribution as one of the resource speakers in the activity Walk the Talk, given this 5th of May 2021, signed by Mr. Nino Angelo Lescano, Comelec Chairperson, Ms. Maridel Zabala, Comelec Advisor, Mr. Protasio Student Activities Officer, and Mr. Welmer Adahar, Director of Student Services.
Muli maraming salamat po. Stay healthy and hopeful, everyone.
Guess what, guys? We have 54 viewers on YouTube. Thank you to everyone who is watching right now, and we hope you all feel inspired and empowered from our first guest speaker.
Yes, and first speaker pa lang yan, pero ang dami na natin mga takeaways and new knowledge. Kaya excited na din talaga ako sa mga topics na itatakal ng mga susunod pa natin na guest speakers.
Yes, kaya on behalf of DLSL Comelec, thank you po again, Representative Sara, for once again joining us in attaining our objectives.
Yan, again, we are encouraging our viewers to send their questions to our dear speakers for this afternoon through the comment section or by using our official hashtags, hashtag WokeTheTalkDLSL and hashtag AskTheWokeDLSL. So guys, alam kong sobrang excited na ang ating viewers, kaya let us now proceed with our second speaker this afternoon.
Yes, we are so proud to introduce our next speaker. Our speaker today graduated top of his class in law school and passed the 2000 bar in one of the lowest rates for the last 20 years, according to the Supreme Court, at 20.48%. He is an expert litigation lawyer, specifically in the field of criminal law, and has hand-led highly publicized cases. Some significant ones are the Ampatuan massacre, assassination of Congressman Bersamin, and ouster of Supreme Court Chief Justice Sereno, among others.
And baka nakita nyo na ang ating guest speaker madalas sa TV dahil he is a favorite resource person in Brigada 7, Jessica Soho, State of the Nation, and sought for legal opinions by GMA7, ABS-CBN, ANC, PTV4, DZBB, and more. Now he has a regular Tuesdays radio program in Lipa City as an advocacy giving free legal advice.
He is also a specialist in real estate, a lecturer at Asian Institute of Management on legal aspects of real estate in the Philippines. He is a real estate broker, real estate appraiser, environmental planner, and a real estate developer.
He is also the spokesperson and the founding president of Lawyers for Accountability, Transparency, Integrity, and Good Governance, also called Latigo, and a former director of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, Quezon City.
He is also a full-blooded Lipeño, born in Barangay Sabang and was educated in Seventh-day Adventist School and high school in Mabini Academy. He is an electrical engineer, graduated at the University of Santo Tomas, Manila, law school at the University of the East Manila, and master's in business administration at Ateneo Graduate School of Business.
Currently, he is an elected city councilor of Lipa, chairperson of the Committee of Labor, Committee of Migrant Worker, Committee of Local Economic Enterprise, and the Committee of Human Rights.
Kaya without any further ado, let us all welcome and listen to our guest today, Counselor Attorney Gali Angeles.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for the very beautiful ladies who have just made my introductions. And this is my second time to be invited as a speaker in this Walk the Talk program. And I highly appreciate for always seeing me. And it is a privilege on my part to be able to share my knowledge and contribute to our young ones, the current events that we have here in the Philippines. Okay, can you please excuse me for a minute? I'll just gonna charge my uh, camera. Okay, thank you very much. And how do I share my share screen? Yeah. You share my my PowerPoint. Is somebody can maybe help me with that? Okay, thank you very much. I'll be talking about federalism in the Philippines. Good afternoon, everyone. I want you to remember the sandwich illustration when you talk about federalism. Next slide, please. Have you ever heard about federalism or how important it is? Or maybe, how does it really work? Federalism came from the Latin word fidus, which means a covenant, pact, or an agreement. Next slide, please. So, how does the sandwich work in terms of talking about federalism? Imagine the sandwich as the powers of the government. Countries are divided, governed by two types of two types of government: the unitary system of the government, like the Philippines, and the federal systems of government, like the United States of America. We have two governments: the federal governments and the state. The unitary system of government, like the Philippines, is a unitary in the sense that all laws, policies, regulations came from one source only. In our case, national government. Think of federalism as the sandwich in the illusion. The sandwich is divided and shared into two parts. Like government powers, the powers are divided into federal powers and state powers. Next slide, please. In the unitary system of government, all laws, rules, and regulations emanate and comes from a power holder. That is the national government. Example, the rules, laws, and regulations or policies involving issuances of driver's license, people has to go to apply before the Land Transportation Office, which is a national government or national agency, which is the responsibility of the national government. Regulations for citizenships or declaration war and other monetary policies, these are responsibilities of the national government. The federal system of government, states are given powers to govern their respective territorial jurisdictions or their places. In the United States of America, each state is responsible for the matters concerning marriage. Whether they allow divorce or same-sex marriage, these are matters left to the decision of the state. Matters such as issuances of permits and licenses to practice profession like nurses or doctors or even permits to own a firearm or a gun are matters left to the sound judgment of the current state. Federalism is a multiple government under a central government. Next slide, please. In the Philippines, there are advocates of federalism, which I once belonged 3 years ago. I used to go to the country to discuss about the principles of federalism as applied in Philippine settings. For one, the DILG group of federalism has came up with programs promoting policies under the federal system of government. They said that should the Philippines adopt the federal form of government, we will have 81 regional states led and governed by a regional governor. Example of regional states are the regional state of Batangas, regional state of Cebu, or of Cagayan or Bicol, or many others. Next slide, please. Each region will elect senators who will represent it in the national parliament. All in all, we will have 36 senators instead of 24 senators. We will also have 240 congressmen instead of 290, and 160 sectoral representatives in the form of party representatives. The president and the vice president will be voted in tandem, meaning your vote for the president is a vote for your vice president. The term of the president is 6 years with eligibility for re-election, while the senators will have a term of 4 years that was previously 6 years, where they may be re-elected for 2 terms only. Next slide. According to the DILG core group, there will be shared powers between the federal and the state governments. Those that pertains to health, education, environment, etc., shall be shared responsibilities of the federal and the state government. Matters security, human rights, foreign relation, and the likes shall be within the exclusive power of the federal government, while those of the local and domestic concerns like family, marriage, etc., shall be within the exclusive ambit powers of the state. Next slide, please. So paano nga ba? Paano nga ba ang federalism? In order for us to have a federal system of government, we need to amend or revise the provision of our Constitution. But how do we do that? The Constitution provides 3 ways on how to amend or revise it. Charter change has 2 steps to successfully do it. The first step is the proposal, and the second step is the approval stage. The first is the proposal stage, is 1, the constituent through a constituent assembly, and 2 by the Constitutional Commission, and 3 by people's initiative. And the second part, which is the approval, kung meron na mga proposals, we have it is done through a plebiscite. Next slide, please. Yan. So, uh, for the first way of making a proposal, kung ano yung ating babaguhin sa Constitution, the first method is through a constituent assembly. A constituent assembly, we will have that if the congressmen and the senators voting separately will have to garner at least three-fourths vote of all its members. So, the proposals that they have made shall be ratified o aprobahan ng mga natin to through a plebiscite. Ibig sabihin, ng mga tao boboto whether they like the amendments or not. Shall be done with the not earlier than 6 days but not later than 90 days submission of the proposed amendments or revision. The second way of revising the Constitution is through constitutional convention. So most likely mga familiar kayo sa mga terms. Pero this one, by constitutional convention, the Congress, the senators and the congressmen will have to call a constitutional convention. They need at least two-thirds vote of all their members voting separately. And also, kung hindi nila kaya in two-third votes ng kanilang mga members, there is also a method to call a constitutional convention which is by only vote of all members of the Congress voting separately. Yung Congress and as well as the senators will have to submit to the people. Tatanungin ng tao, o gusto nyo bang magkaroon ng constitutional convention? So they will have to submit it to us whether we like it, whether we like to have a constitutional convention. And last but not the least, by way of people's initiative. A people's initiative is done through filing of a petition of at least percent total number of registered voters, of which each legislative district, like in Lipa, it must be represented by at least 3% of the registered voters therein. Again, if they have come up with a proposal, vision, they have to submit it with the Commission on Election. And if the Commission on Election says, oh, this is sufficient in form, and then it will be ratified through a plebiscite, which will be done not earlier than 60 days from the time it was submitted to the Commission on Election, but not later 90 days. So, kailangan mabasa 60 to 90 days. Slide, please. If you have charter change, you will have a dynamic and updated constitution that would suit the time. Although, it's very time-consuming and expensive on the part of the government. The government has to balance its interest when entertaining thoughts of charter change. Some people might tend to abuse such powers to suit their personal interest, like prolonging their terms in public office, encouraging political dynasties, nepotisms, and the like. Next slide, please. Well, do you think you want to have federalism here in the Philippines? Do you think that if we elect two senators from Batangas, we will be properly represented in the central government? Or do you think people from Mindanao will better be heard if there are two senators from the regional state of Mindanao representing them in the central government? Unlike before, of the senators came from Central Luzon and other parts of the country. So not out yung Mindanao area. And next slide, please. Do you think that federal system of government would bring about respect and recognition of different identities of our people in terms of ethnicity, culture, religion, or history, like the Mindanaoans or other people in Cordilleras, etc.? The next slide, please. So, which sandwich do you like? Do you have federalism here in the Philippines, or you just want it to have a unitary form of government like what we have now? Next slide. Thank you and have a good day.
closing instance. Thank you to everyone who
Wow, those were powerful words from Attorney Gali Angeles. Nagutom ako kasi nakakita ko ng sandwich pero nabusog naman ako dahil sobrang informative ng shinare sa atin ni Attorney. 'Di ba, Raina and Freyan?
Agreed. Nagustuhan ko nga din yung analogy on the whole sandwich saka yung shared sandwich. And nakita din natin ang magiging possible effects ng federalism and charter change, such as yung positive and negative effects na na-mention kanina. Pero for now, I think we can proceed with our Q&A. So we'll be
Yes, ayan.
starting.
So, yes, Raina. So, proceed na sa ating questions, but don't forget also dun sa everyone that they could still send their questions using our official hashtags. Hashtag Walk the Talk DLSL and hashtag Ask the Walk DLSL. So, for our first question, since meron tayong na-collect na questions, alright? So, here's the question po, Attorney Gali, from our first sender.
Yes po.
If the 2022 national elections will be dominated by millennials and Gen Zs, do you think there will be a bright future ahead for the Philippines? Why or why not?
Yes, I believe so because right now I think we need to have a dynamic leaders full of ideas and I think siguro bago na talaga ang generation natin yun. So we need to have adaptive leader. So bago na yung ano, we need to take into considerations the opinions of different shareholders in running the government affairs. So I'm really excited, especially dito ngayon sa Lipa. We have different breeds of leaders now. Most of the leaders now in Lipa are young and full of ideas. So I am excited to see that in the future that we will have leaders that will be running our country. So maganda 'yan sa parang new breed of hope for us in the Philippines.
Ayan, thank you for that po, Attorney. For the next question po, discuss the basic human rights laws in the Philippines that every newly registered voter should familiarize themselves with.
Well, of course, the your right to vote is an essential right. Before, during the time of Marcos, it's not really a right. Huh? It was an obligation that if you fail to vote, you'll be jailed. But right now, it was considered a basic right in uh, in giving opportunity for every constituent to participate in choosing whose leader they want to lead the country. So this is the time where you have to exercise your right to choose and be part of molding how IT will be run by different kinds of leaders. So that is a good exercise of the democracy here in the Philippines, that we highly respect the rights of each and every citizen to exercise and make an educated choice when you exercise your right to vote. So ako ang laki ng pag-asa ko na yung mga natin, unlike before, na parang hindi nila binibigyan masyado ng importansya ang pagboto, parang sino na lang. But now, I can see the young people, because of yung mga social media natin, yung access to information, they have been educated. And as a matter of fact, our literacy rate now is more than 90%. Ibig sabihin, most of the people here, out of 10, baka isa lang hindi makatapos. And this is a good sign of development in terms of education. Uh, we are rest assured that we will have an educated choice come the election time. So I'm excited to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you po for that answer. For our third question, does the pros of undergoing a charter change outweigh its cons in the present?
Well, there are advantages of charter change. First, it will be dynamic. We have the Imperial Manila syndrome. You know what Imperial Manila is? Imperial Manila is where the developments only goes to those cities and municipalities or provinces near Manila. Bakit? Malapit dyan yung mga lawmakers natin, policy makers, and most of the politicians and the leaders that we have elected came from Central Luzon. And of course, our the constitution, if we will have charter change and adopt a revision of it, it will be timely and very adapted to adaptive to what we need. But it's going to be very costly and very, and of course they have the opportunistic leaders where if we have charter change at this point in time, there might be some abuses that we might encounter, like if they're going to amend the constitution to their terms of office, or they will promote nepotism. There are fears like that. I think the DILG and some proponents of federalism have drafted a proposed resolution or revisions of the constitution, but there are critics like the former Chief Justice Hilary who dissected who the proposed revision of the constitution, and it was a really good issues and concerns that he has brought up. Kasi sa mga transition stage, sabi doon, baka daw ma-extend yung term ng president. And there are, meron sinasabi sila doon na, o kailangan daw college graduate yung president or etc. No, there are matters which are really big issues for us to really be concerned. For me, in my opinion, I think we should have a charter change or change of the constitution. First, we have to be prepared. Siguro kailangan yung trust ng mga tao ay maibigay na mabuti sa leader natin. And siguro yung sinasabi nyo na we can have millennials in the government, full of ideas, very ideal, dynamic. Siguro when when we have leaders like that are open for changes talaga, and who has the political will to effect change in the Philippines, probably that would be the time for us to really adapt to revise the constitution where there would be less doubts of the personal interest that can be included in the revision of our constitution. And I'm really hopeful that time will come that we will really have a very symbolic leader with ideals and aspirations as well as the political will to really lead the country. Alam mo, during ang yaman-yaman, mayaman pa rin naman ang Pilipinas ngayon kasi pag nakita mo naman natin tumataas. Pero I miss those days when we were at par with Japan, or we are even one of the richest country here in Asia. As a matter of fact, there was one time during the 1800s where Lipa mismo was one of the richest city in Asia kasi naging sole distributor tayo ng coffee. And I hope and I know that time will come. We just have to be, you know, we just have to keep electing leaders and young leaders as well. So, yun na, makatotoo yun.
Thank you so much po, Attorney Gali. Next question po. Ayan, yung nauuso po ngayon na community pantries. Ayan, ito po yung question ng ating sender. Do you think that the establishment of community pantries signified the incompetence of our government? Or is it just the usual expression of Filipino bayanihan?
Well, in my own lens, in my perspective, yung ating bayanihan, dalawa kasi ang pwedeng ma-infer natin dyan na conclusion. One, of course, we value the bayanihan principle, the bayanihan virtue in the Philippines, that magtulungan tayo, we have to share. Yung value of sharing also of our resources. That's one perspective that we can infer from from the community pantry. Another one, sabi, hindi maibigay ng gobyerno yung support sa ating mga kababayan kaya kailangan pa natin mag-community pantry. Well, for me, I value ganihan. It's just that every opportunity can be subject to abuse and it becomes bad or it does not promote really the virtue that to have in that community pantry when people abuse. So when there are abuses of the community pantry, it likewise promotes dole out mentalities. Like, di na lang tayo magluto, pwede naman tayong kumuha dyan sa kapitbahay, may itlog naman dyan. Wag na tayong magtrabaho. It will promote, katamaran kasi we know there are available resources that are given for free and it really depends on how you are going to promote the value in a certain community. Of course, there will be abuses. We're not going to discount that, but what we really have to check to minimize and control the abuses that we have. So baka it might promote laziness more than being resourcefulness. But of course, we value the virtue being uh, propounded by this community pantry. So maganda. Alam mo, sa Bataan, when I visited there is such a store like that, honesty store, where walang tao dun sa store, papasok ka lang dun, kukuha ka ng gusto mo, and you'll just have to drop your money there. Walang magbabantay dyan. Well, that might be ideal for a community that is small, that you could really monitor the people there. But if you're going to put it in an area where the depressed area, well, most of the people need something, so that would really be a challenge for the leader who is monitoring the community. So for me, it's good to minimize the abuses and overall it would depend on how you are going to manage the people giving, receiving resources and goods from that community pantry.
Thank you for that po, attorney. For the next question po from an anonymous sender, using the sandwich analogy, a whole sandwich gives more utility while the shared sandwich creates bonds among many. Looking at that logic, would it be wiser to govern by a single entity, maximizing utility and uniformity, or to be governed by multiple harmonic bodies which promotes surveilled autonomy?
Okay. In federalism, yung powers are divided, like the sandwich analogy. And there were strong advocates of this federalism where they see some strong points. Hindi naman ito dahil if you're pro Duterte or against Duterte, but there are advocates that see strong points in this federalism. One way, halimbawa, if you come from Mindanao, in federalism or system of government, you'll have to elect electors of your own from Mindanao. Why? Because we have difference in ethnicity, in religion. How can there be a balance of laws that we are going to propose or enact if we're not going to take into consideration the minority? I mean, we are Christians and Catholics, but there are minorities such as the Muslims that needs to be represented also. Like the people in Cordillera. These people are tribes. Paano natin mapoproteksyonan yung kanilang mga tribal land, yung kanilang mga ancestral lands, if they will not be represented by at least 2 senators from the regional state of Cordillera? And ang makikinabang lang ba ang Imperial Manila just because most of the senators are from Manila or from the central Luzon, and majority of our senators came from one place lang. So there will be distributions of the representations in the whole country. So for me, I am for federalism, in the proper sabi nga nila, in God's perfect time. We need to get signs, and when we are going to launch these federalism principles and this, and we have to wait a time with patience so that we could really implement this. But the idea is very good, although very expensive on the part of the government, kasi you'll have a ratification that is like a national election, where people or our young voters will have to choose, oh, gusto nyo ba itong federalism or not? You will be given opportunities to participate in the uh, in building the countries. So meron kayong meron kayong co-ownership on how you to mold where the Philippines is going to in the future. It is expensive, it is time consuming, but if it is made in the proper time, at siguro naman, let's make them count the time and the money that we're going to spend for that. And you can only make that if that is made in God's perfect time, or in a very rightful time, that we will have a leader that is very ano ba yung may with political will. Oo, yon. So, yes, I believe that we can have a multi-sectoral representations by through a to regional governments or state governments. But right now, I don't see that we have to shift on that given the time and the leaderships that we have. Kailangan siguro we should get our acts together before we could really move into another stage or another chapter of leadership in the Philippines. So I always urge young people to study more, train more, go out, go to other countries, observe. These are matters that we can bring onto the table, new ideas that we can work on for us to become better leaders and better, and so that our country will have a better future through our young millennials and people like you who are initiating these kinds of talks where you can educate people that are watching us. And for us na, well, hindi naman mas matanda sa inyo, but we have experiences, and this is a good platform to be able to share ideas on how we are going to build this country as one. Thank you.
Thank you so much po for that wonderful answer. Before we proceed with our next question, we would like to remind our viewers that you can still ask questions to Attorney Gali Angeles using the comment section that you see on the right portion of your screen, or use our hashtags, hashtag woke the talk DLSL and hashtag ask the woke DLSL. Ayan, while waiting po for more questions from our viewers, we'll ask the a question we also asked to Representative Sara a while ago. Here's the question. What would be your advocacy if you were granted the opportunity to run for the 2022 elections, particularly now that the Philippines and the government are in disarray?
Well, I would really advocate for education. In the Philippines, we have a vicious cycle of if you did not exercise an educated choice, you are likely to choose a, people who are not really qualified for the position, because there are considerations choose that people. Halimbawa, you you let your votes to be bought, so you will not be exercising educated choice. And it is only the catalyst that would change the cycle. We have to break that cycle of electing a leader that would promote dole outs mentality. So if we have leaders like you who are very very observant of what is happening around the country. So I would really opt for education. Kasi alam mo ngayon ang napansin ko, most of the people are yung mga bumoboto ngayon are millennials like you, mga young people. They are no longer dictated by their leaders in the family. They have their own choice. Why? Because most of us, or most of you, are educated. Nalalaman nyo na, oh, sino ba yung leader na pwede nating iboto talaga? Leaders who are idealistic. Leaders that someday that we can say, this is the time to have a charter change and change the system that we have here in the Philippines. Kasi ngayon, there are a lot of changes that we have to do. Kasi, alam mo, if we have an educated choice, because of education, we have to fortify education, support it, yung graft and corruption will be minimized. We will have a meritocracy system of choosing who are going to be placed as head of the departments. Right now, we are of the patronage system where sino bang malakas pagkaboto mo ng presidente or mayor? Sino bang malakas kay mayor? Sino bang nakatulong? That's how we are going to choose the people who is going to lead the agency. But like in Singapore, when Lee Kuan Yew assumed office there, well, before he assumed office in Singapore, Singapore was tainted with corruption. Kasi nung humiwalay sila sa British, marami talaga naabuso yung kanilang lugar and late nila. But Lee Kuan Yew, when he assumed the prime minister, he really advocated for meritocracy. And ang sabi niya, we have to professionalize the civil service. It's only through education. If we have professionals like, if you're going to see who have master programs, who have trained abroad, ano pa ang hahanapin mo dito? They are very trained to deal with these systems of the government, absent the patronage system. And we have to pay the government or the government officials more. So kailangan talaga ano yan. We have to get the best trained, best knowledgeable, well-educated people para dun to lead the government. So education must be a key to progress, but of course, that is not the only thing that we have to do. We have to also focus on the health. Yung health natin would come second kasi syempre if you don't have a healthy people or employees, that would affect the economic activity of a certain LGU or the national government if you don't have healthy people. And people spend a lot for the health care that they want. During last year, nag-increase tayo ng at least mga 7% on the cost of hospitalization. But we have to really cope up with that. And education and health would be the primary advocacies that I have. And syempre, yun nga, let's go for the dynamic and adaptive leaders that would soon run our country.
Ayan, thank you po, attorney. Last na po, mag-ask na lang din po kami ng last words nyo po para sa young voters.
Young voters, go for those you think who have an ideal and those with political will. Let's try those people who are professionals. Ang nakapansin ko, now that I'm a new counselor, napansin ko parang takot yung mga engineers, takot yung mga doctors. Well, lawyers kami naman hindi. Pero hindi masyado naboboto just because they are not people person. Let's try to look beyond the person itself. Let us try to check ano ba mako-contribute nito. And honesty would always be there. Hindi naman yan porke politician ka, corrupt ka na. And let's change the impression. I encourage young to join the government, contribute to the change that you would want to advocate. Sabi nga nila, if you're not doing anything, you're not accomplishing anything, don't just sit down and observe. Take part. Take part and be active. You have to voice out what you want. We leaders in the public sector, we want to hear you out. Ano ba yung gusto nyo? Ano ba yung kailangan ninyo? And one way of communicating this to us is by electing a good leader, a dynamic one, somebody who wants to listen, and of course, also take the qualifications, you consider also the qualifications of leaders who could really lead. Na parang, ito, we have to have a new blood of leadership. Wag na tayong kasi ganito lang. We need to promote dole out mentalities. You have to promote dignity on the persons. Yung dignity na, alam mo, yung paglimusan mo yung tao na sa'yo, and then, sa sobrang, ang dignity niya nawawala naaasa lang siya sa'yo. Pero sweldohan mo yung tao ng sobra sa kanyang ginawa. He earned his sweldo, salary, but without losing his dignity. So let's have a leader that could create jobs for us na hindi matuturn investors natin just because marami tayong corruption. But we should promote employment here so that habang tumataas, kung nagkakaroon ng pera ng tao, they still maintain their dignities. And I am sure that we will like that in the future na I want to be an instrument of inspiring people like you to join the public service also. So, yun. And thank you for the opportunity. And I'm hoping I will be able to share more in your future endeavors as uh, this Comelec Walk the Talk is doing now. And I'm very happy that kasi nung panahon namin walang ganito. But now, this is a good platform for us to be able to encourage more people, more young ones to be active. Proactive tayo, wag lang tayong passive and reactive. Proactivity for the young ones, be there, share your thoughts, and we want to know what you want for the government.
Thank you so much po. And of course, thank you to those who sent their questions. And once again, thank you so much po, Attorney Gali Angeles, for your time and effort this afternoon. And please be reminded po that your token of gratitude will be sent to your given address.
Thank
And
you.
to express our appreciation, may we call on Ms. Isa Labrador, the activity head of Walk the Talk, for the presentation of the certificate.
De La Salle College Students Activities Office Committee on Elections awards this certificate of recognition to Attorney Gali Angeles for his valuable contribution as one of the resource speakers in the activity Walk the Talk, given this 5th of May 2021, signed by Mr. Nino Angelo Lescano, Comelec Chairperson, Ms. Maridel Zabala, Comelec Advisor, Mr. Protasio Mea, Student Activities Officer, and Mr. Welmer Adahar, Director of Student Services.
Thank you very much for this opportunity and more power. I hope you have more like this in the future. Thank you and congratulations. You're very full, ano ba to? Wonderful activity. Sige.
Smile po tayo for a photo of. Thank you so much po.
All right, sige. Thank you.
Ayan guys, we are done now with two of our wonderful speakers. Kaya keep watching as we have two more speakers to go. And looking at our view count, we still have 46 viewers on YouTube. Thank you everyone sa patuloy na pagsubaybay sa Woke the Talk, and please don't forget to use our official hashtags, hashtag Woke the Talk DLSL and hashtag Ask the Woke DLSL.
Alright, I still hope na about isa ay meron pa ring pen and paper dahil malapit na nating i-introduce yung ating third guest speaker. But before we proceed to that, ayan, again, we're reminding everyone, just like what Reina has stated, ayan, gamitin po natin ang ating mga official hashtags. You may also mention us on your social media accounts sa inyong Twitter, sa IG stories ninyo. We will be glad. And right now, siguro magkaroon muna tayo ng quick na shout out sa ating viewers. First up, shout out kay Jose Alberto Alves, Kyla Landicho, and James Andrew Ramirez. Sophia?
Yes, shout out din kay Viel Marie Canarias, Lynn Marjorie Topacio, and Lara Yvonne Cabrera. How about you, Raina?
Ayan, we'll see more names. I think ito hindi pa mga natatawag. Katrina Tayag from A2B, Lian Kapirig from G1A, Macy Maloles from E2A.
Ayan, let us now proceed to our third guest speaker because I'm sure everyone is excited to hear from her. She has worked with an array of stakeholders for more than 20 years as a journalist, speaker, consultant, environmentalist, trainer, advocate of women's IDP rights and peace, civil society leader, and former legislator in the ARMM.
The Inquirer also nominated her as Filipino of the Year in 2017 for her expose on human rights violation in Marawi. Her achievements include being awarded as one of the 10 Outstanding Young Men, or TOYM, for sociocultural and youth development by the Junior Chamber International, also known as JCI, and being recognized as one of the 500 most influential Muslims by the Royal Islamic Strategic Studies Center in Jordan.
Her contribution as a speaker and lobbyist played a key role in pushing policies on gender and development, women in peace and security, women in the army, and PNP. Currently, she highlights the value of women IDP organizers and leaders and protection of widows and orphans.
In 2016, she also served as the chair of Anti-Crime Watch Movement, Casa Limbago Movement, whose sister group Ranao Rescue Team, or RRT, assisted in helping the rescue of Marawi priest Father Chito Soganob, among other hostages, and thousands of trapped civilians during the May siege.
She is also the spokesperson of Ranao Rescue Team, which is assisting government and survivor families of missing and dead persons from the siege, and was recently awarded by the UN Development Program and Peace Award as a community organizer in Marawi City.
Toward highlighting the evacuee situation, the rights and humanitarian situation, she has been a resource person to the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, New York Times, and has also appeared on Al Jazeera.
Our guest speaker was also a former member of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, which drafted the Bangsamoro Basic Law, and the former director of Amana Islamic Bank. In the previous administration, she was appointed as OIC Sectoral Representative for Women in the ARMM Legislative Assembly. She also served as member of the Philippine Army Multi-Sectoral Advisory Board.
In February 2020, she co-founded Ako Bakwit Incorporated, a rights organization where she is currently serving as the chair that aims to promote and protect the rights and welfare of the internally displaced people in our country.
Let us all welcome Ms. Samira Gutok.
Thank you very much, ladies. Wonderful opportunity to join you this afternoon. I'm here in Iligan City in Mindanao, and walk the talk. Let's walk the talk, and I think I'm going to share some slides, no? Sana po marunong tayo. Minsan po ay it takes time. Where are you in the country? Thank you po for this opportunity while here po in Mindanao. And alam nyo, konting kwento about people power. is that having grown up in a foreign country, talagang binabantayan namin po yung June at yung Independence Day and February dahil sa not just singing it but really like as Filipinos we were showing to the foreign community how valuable independence is and still continues to be every day to be protected. At isang memory talaga is, di na ako papayag, mawala ka muli. Yung kinakanta namin over and over as young people on the stage. And since we had two speakers, I would come from the perspective of why it's important to look at why never again martial law and never again no to democracy or never again stamping out the gains of our democracy. And it's important to remember and to never forget. For example, we are in Marawi. I'm part of the Marawi Return Movement, Balik Marawi Movement. Please click Balik Marawi and like, comment, share on the Facebook page. There's a podcast there about the billions that are invested upon the talk about it, that even if linagyan ng billion na pera po ang Marawi, which is a product of a martial law decision as well, recalling the martial law and the decisions that we make as a government, that you will have almost 500,000 people who were displaced and who continue to be scattered around the country, whether they're in Taft, in UST areas, in Recto, etc., and yet there's no program for them. So it's very important to remember why. And we are a country that has had factions and divisions, not just brought about by colonial laws that said our colonial laws would tell us that ang mga lupain ng mga tribo ay pag walang papel ay in favor of government or public lands. So they revert or they are automatically lupain ng Estado. And therefore, yung mga katutubo, lumad, bangsamoro would have inaaway ang Communist Party of the Philippines, and yet hindi pa natin natatapos yung land distribution. And that's what is at the root of the Bangsamoro conflict. That's why there was a peace process and peace talks, because land, the 1920s, 1930s, yung mga batas po na na-institute, American colonial laws, said that yung dapat may titulo, may papel, merong merong dokumento, yan po ang may-ari ng lupain. That's the cause of friction and the rebellion. So martial law, we remember Marawi, 1970s. Marawi was the first shot, if not the first shot. Fact check. But we do know by history telling of our elders that the Mindanao State University was closed. One of the first locations for military interference was really in Mindanao, and the first shot in Marawi at that. So the president declared a bombing, or all the bombardment and all the operations, because the rebellion, the creation of the Moro fronts from a shot in Marawi, and also a Jabida Corregidor incident, 1968, by which soldiers were asked, Muslim soldiers were asked to attack Malaysia, and they did not want to. Oplan Merdeka, it was called, and the report is massacre. So that's the 1968 Jabida massacre. It might not be in your historical consciousness, but that is what is the trigger for the creation of the Moro National Liberation Front. Fast forward to 2017, 4 years ago, and it's going to be May 23, 4-year anniversary of the Marawi siege, by which martial law for 2 years prevented people from returning to what you see in the corner of the map that you see, half of Marawi, and that portion by which within the red areas, there is no entrance or there is no permission. It's not yet allowable for homeowners, land residents, to return back to the Marawi community, ground zero we call it. So no longer, of course, 500,000 displaced, We are already back, some of us, but there's only 2,000 shelters for 500,000 who were removed from their locations. So they're in different houses. They're in different home-based communities, not just in shelters. And we're surviving. Yes, of course, everyone has problems. Quarantine tayo. And yet we appeal for walk the talk. Magising tayo. Gulat. Hindi tayo gulat, mulat. Because we, from Mara, we have to really locate a location so that we can talk to you, communicate to you, and make an effort to reach you. Because digital divide is so real. Where literacy is poorest, Wi-Fi is lowest, and lahat na ng est is existing. And who is an internally displaced person? I cannot understand. We are a conflict affected country of centuries. Spanish, American, 300 years, 40 years, American, Japanese, and now amongst ourselves. Filipinos fighting each other, war between government and rebels, so-called. And yet, the people in between, the majority who are in between, the people in between living nakatira sa mga shelter tents, wala pong batas protection sa kanila. Yes, the Constitution says peace is a primary. It's the primacy of the peace, right? That is of importance. But this is peace between countries. What about peace amongst ourselves? Province to province, Communist Front, Moro Front, Philippines. We're bombing each other. And the in-between are those that are the majority, and they're the ones who have to suffer the brunt of conflict, the brunt of our bullets, the brunt of our bazookas, killing at each other. And so there is no internally displaced persons bill in the Philippines. A walk the talk advocacy namin po as a Kubakwit. So since we are in a quarantine time, it's a pantry time, it is a bayanihan moment, which Jesus has always started or restarted or reminded us since Adam to not be selfish, to give of ourselves to others, to share an extra, an excess. Then it is my sharing to our forum today that EDSA, the lessons of our people power, is really about power, not just by government. You cannot force a task force to force people to not be hungry when they're hungry. They want to go out, but they can't. There's no pang-commute. So it is about putting ourselves together in the shoes of another and trying to create a collective problem solving. It cannot be national alone and government alone. That was the story of Marawi, and that is what I want to remember. Many of us have died without memorials, without names in the graves, in the cemeteries. Hindi po na living properly. For us, for you millennials, you'll not know that among the 100,000 of those who died in the martial law of 1970s, many don't have any application in the Human Rights Claims Board that the government set up for those who died, just because, yun nga, by ways of the native katutubo, hindi naglilista, naglilinya, hindi po nagre-register sa gobyerno. And along the way, they lost their lands nga because of colonial imposed influence laws. So we didn't allow ourselves to be victims. We offered ourselves to government. Allow us to help you in checkpoints. Allow us to help you in hotlines. Allow us to help you entertain the co-Maranaos who were the siege victims and Christians, hostages as well, who needed to be supported because they were the minorities here in the Muslim community. So we became a partner of the military. We had to have IDs, of course. So for us who are asking, Miss, paano po pag nag-red tag kami? Time immemorial, there has been red tagging when the Spanish thought of us as enemies, the Filipino, and the Americans thought the indigenous person, the Moro, was part of the Bureau of the Wild. They created the government, the Philippine government, partnered with, of course, the American military governors, to create a Bureau of the Wild, my government agency, para tayong, like in America, Indians. So kaming mga nakaganito, naka-wear ng ganito, were actually called the Wild. At walang kultura daw, walang civilization, and therefore needed to be treated differently. And in closing, that is the greatest lesson, I think, that people power reminds us. Not just a beautiful constitution crafted, drafted for the people, for social justice to be implemented, for the poorest of the poor to be uplifted, but human dignity is for the patient, for the sick, for the weak. The new kind of normal is about also not exclusive government problem solving. It has to be shared. And that is the lesson for me. Walk the talk. It really has to be a talk that involves action from the below and a zooming like this. And we hope the senators are giving us time, the congresspersons. You're online. Why don't you give time for the millennials to be heard in your congressional hearings? Maybe their voice and their insights and their inputs would greatly help in knowing and solving and resolving and addressing issues of teenage pregnancy, etc., that are around us that did not stop anyway with quarantine. And with this, thank you very much to our host, Lasalian. My respects to you. My brother is Lasal. And I am grateful. This is a Ramadan time for us as well, for Muslims. So I'm very grateful at this time of quarantine. Na-quarantine din kami, gutom. We're fasting 12 hours without water every day. And that for me is my contribution as a Filipina, trying to contribute to a country that is woke every day, vigilant every day. Thank you, po.
All right. Thank you so much po, Miss Samira Gutok, for your very eye-opening message to us and for reminding all of us, di ba, na dapat mas maging inclusive talaga at dapat meron tayong care about those people, especially yung mga nasa laylayan ng ating society. How about you, Ryan and Sophia? Do you have any other insights?
For me is the one where Miss Samira said the new kind of normal should not be exclusive government problem solving. Instead, it should be the government must be aware of which are the relevant issues that should be immediately acted upon. So, how about you, Sophia?
Yes, I agree. Katulad ng sinabi ni Freyan, dapat maging inclusive tayo. 2021 na guys, dapat kung may nakita tayong kakaiba sa ibang tao, hindi naman natin dapat sila i-exclude. We should be more open sa pagkakaiba-iba natin so that we can achieve a better country and a better world for the future generation. Freyan.
So it's basically a different take, guys, no, for voters that these are things that we don't read about. It's not part of our curriculum to know about land, to know about heritage, to know about history. And that's my different take and my input to your conference, to your show that, yeah, it's not necessarily laylayan lang, the peripheral issue, but it's what really drove us actually to fight each other. We can't have elections if we're fighting, if we're prioritizing conflict.
Ayan. We are reminding everyone to use our official hashtags, hashtag WokeTheTalkDLSL and hashtag AskTheWokeDLSL. So at this point po, we are now giving the time for our viewers to ask questions to Ms. Samira Gutok. Again, you may comment your questions on the chat box here in our live stream or tweet your questions using our official hashtags on your screens, hashtag WokeTheTalkDLSL and hashtag AskTheWokeDLSL.
Ayan, we'll proceed na po with our first question. The question is, what do you think about the people who are biased against women in politics as a woman advocate? What advice would you give to women who want to run for office in the government whether at a local, state, or national level.
Well, hindi tayo revengeful. We're not avengeful na galit. Hindi tayo mataray because we're trying to court all the women voters, the men voters who in conflict management and studies, we actually understand that pag mag-away, hindi mo susuklian ng away or else you fuel a fire and you just fight and in anger and rage and emotion, there's nothing that can come out that's productive. As women who are running, you're supposed to tackle as well why it's important to understand the roots of his anger. Baka sir, ang pinanggagalingan niyan pagkukulang ng attention sa'yo. KSP lang ganun ano. But you know, you have to understand where the context is coming from. You don't battle it out na personalan ng away. No. I don't take it against myself that they bash me. I just think that they don't understand where I'm coming from. So I know that I'm bashed because they don't understand maybe fully the issues that I'm talking about, really.
Thank you so much po. And there's another question po here. It says, what advice would you like to give to young woke feminists who bravely advocate for social change? How can they avoid being red tagged or discriminated against? How can they be safe from the Anti-Terrorism Act of the Philippines?
Smile when you present it. Of course, we debate, we negotiate, we mediate, we use the law. And we always anchor it on the law. Di ba, sir, sa police force, nasa manual natin, sir, di ba? I mean, that's my survivorship philosophy when dealing with the so-called enemy. You don't get red tagged anyway because they know that ako pa ang bumisita sa inyo eh. So why am I being red tagged, sir? We have to work together in addressing the dead, in addressing democracy together. We studied democracy in College of Law together. I mean, you have to find common ground always. It's about what we know together. Kasi sometimes if you say, kalaban kita DDS kalaban kita pulis kalaban kita iba yung paniniwala mo DDS forever. Forever tayong enemy. But then we also love our country. We also have one flag. We also are part of Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. And we are also part of OFW families. 10 million of our co-Filipinos are not in the country. I'm sure not all the 10 million Filipinos are online, yung OFWs. So they're not also called DDS. They just need to understand context and understand the realities. So federalism is your question. Will it address a more responsive government? Of course, definitely there's a structural change that needs to happen. But sir, it's not a political time right now, political restructuring, because nasa headline pa nga 25 billion unspent sa pandemic. Central government needs to download this more. Congressmen, congresspersons have to focus on legislation. Baka yung social restructuring, political system restructuring has to be scheduled anew, right? We only have 12 months till the next election of May 9. May 5 na ngayon, May 6. So it's 1 year more. And thank you to LaSalle, you're actually waking us up to talk about the issues of the day. So whether I run or not, Ate Sam runs or not, importante for us, voters' education, we've always been influencing our candidates. Come up front, speak up front, deliver up front what you want to do for the people, talk about what happens, and don't get red tagged. They're not going to be red tagged. Kung tayo takot ma-red tag, let it be through them because there's the ones who have a airtime anyway. Dapat sila ma-interview. Sila dapat na nagdadala notes sa mga i-red tag na issue.
That was really inspiring po. Thank you for that. For the next question po, there are recent talks about the shifting of the Philippines to a federalism type of government.
Yeah.
In your opinion po, how do you think federalism will further protect the rights of indigenous groups in the Philippines and ensure they are being heard?
I answered on the timeliness of it, na hindi baka timeliness right now. It's a pandemic management focus. Dapat yung bayanihan to heal 3. How are the hospital beds, legislation for rural health, barangay health systems to be set up? How will you immunize a population kung kahit walang vaccine? Strengthen the vegetable eating of children, ganun ba? strengthen the immunity of people. So these are things to study, di ba, congresspersons. Sir Marcoleto, Congressman Defensor, namimigay kayo ng ivermectin pero wala naman kayong insurance pag may nasaktan at may napatay sa inyong ivermectin. What is your budget for additional mga side effects? Kawawa naman, ano, kala nyo, magiging pogi points yan. So really, it's about timeliness. Federalism might be able to respond that localizing the powers, budgeting, financing, taxation. Alam natin sa Lasal, very important yung corporate management down the ground, right? Management from below. But again, political topic, baka ma-hijack yan. Importante right now, health allocation, health management, and of course, tingnan nyo yung sinabi ko sa presentation ko, you don't even have protection bill for the internally displaced that you have displaced over 50 years of conflict with government. Hello, priorities.
Ayan, thank you po for that. Before we proceed with your next question, we would like to remind our viewers that if you have any questions for Ms. Samira, feel free to chat them in the comment section on the right portion of your screen or use our official hashtags, hashtag WokeTheTalkDLSL and hashtag AskTheWokeDLSL. So now we'll be proceeding with your next question. Sorry for that. Do you think federalism will respond to the problem that the people in Mindanao are considered underrepresented? That federalism will provide multi-sectoral representation in all the branches of the government?
That's supposed to be the system, the framework. That's supposed to be the system framework. For the past 100 years or so, is it? Our Senate, our Congress has fewer women, has fewer people from the tribes. We only had the first LUMAD medical graduate this year or last year. What a pity. 100 years of education and you don't have tribal graduates of medicine. So how can you cure the indigenous people's diseases if you don't understand their culture and language? It's just so sad that our country claims to be a democracy, but it hasn't democratized its governance. So one way is to look into federal, of course, but again, I said it's about health, bayanihan right now. It's about ayuda. It's about bayanihan spirit right now. Take away political talk, but of course, federalism also talks about social service delivery. That's why we need to bring it down, right? So, sana po mabalanse. But the fear is that if it's the congresspersons, these national officials who will decide on certain provisions that might even extend their power, then that will be our problem. I'm very mistrustful, sad, because of the lack of action on human rights violations. So I fear that federalism will just strengthen and impose an extension of their power.
All right, but thank you so much po for the next question. Do you think that the establishment of community pantries signified incompetence of our government, or is it just the usual expression of Filipino bayanihan?
You can interpret it the way we want it, but definitely like a Greta who tried to galvanize the world and became Time Person of the Year because carbon emission was not a platform of the day. And they keep on saying, go green, go green, go green. But yet the carbon emissions, the garbage dumping in the Philippines by developing countries, Canada, etc., Japan, is happening. They're lip servicing. Lip service lang po yung minsan sinasabi ng world leaders. It had to take a Greta to speak up in a microphone. And if it has to be a pantry, to be the microphone to talk about the need for food, then let the community pantry symbolize that. It's up to interpretation.
Thank you for that po. And again, we are reminding everyone to use our hashtags. If ever that you have a question for Miss Samira, hashtag WokeTheTalkDLSL and hashtag AskTheWokeDLSL. So we would like to ask you the question po na tinatanong namin sa nagdaang dalawang speaker. What would be your advocacy if you were granted the opportunity to run for the 2022 election, particularly now that the Philippines and the government are in disarray?
Crisis leadership is important. Down the ground, you have to have a national disaster, localized disaster management. Because right now, national disaster management, which includes COVID management, is really top level. Not necessarily federal government, but pwede at the disaster level, the law can be localized. So kailangan po may konting amendment doon that you need to already recognize local firefighters to fight the fire, local health workers to fight the COVID from within. They always have to wait for national budgeting. So we have to get that localized response, allow them to find their funds, allow them to find their ambulances, allow them to generate revenues.
Yan. Thank you po for your answer to that question. Again, we would like to remind as well na to our viewers who are still watching, use our official hashtag woke the talk, DLSL, and hashtag ask the woke DLSL if you have further questions and if you just want to post about our current happenings in the event, especially since Miss Samira is here. I think we have another question. Another was added just recently. Here is the question. There are recent talks about the shifting of the Philippines to a federalism. Sorry po. Sorry. I will just check if there are more questions.
I have a question po.
Ayun,
what would you like to say po to our young voters po?
Don't feel young. Young voters, you're actually so sophisticated. You have the privilege of accumulated information of centuries over time. We didn't have the privilege of clicking. We didn't have the privilege of online. Never feel that you're young enough not to be heard. Sorry, I'm in a seminar. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm in a seminar.
Ayan po, now that we have asked you so many questions, we would first like to thank those who sent their questions to Miss Samira. It is well appreciated. And we would also like to thank Miss Samira. Thank you very much for your time and effort in sharing your knowledge with us today. Please be reminded that your token of gratitude will be sent to your given address.
And to
Thank you.
express our appreciation po, may we call on Mr. Angelo Lescano, the chairperson of the DLSL Comelec, together with Ms. Isa Labrador, the activity head of Walk the Talk, for the presentation of the certificate.
De La Salle Lipa College Students Activities Office Committee on Elections awards this certificate of recognition to Ms. Samira Gutok for her valuable contribution as one of the resource speakers in the activity Walk the Talk, given this 5th of May 2021, signed by Mr. Nino Angelo Lescano, Comelec Chairperson, Ms. Maridel Zabala, Comelec Advisor, Mr. Protasio Student Activities Officer, and Mr. Welmer Adahar, Director of Student Services.
Grateful to La Salle, Lipa, my family there. You took care of us, and I'm very grateful. Last year, 2 years ago.
Smile po tayo for a photo opportunity po. Alright. Once again po, thank you so much, Ms. Samira Gutok.
Thank you po. It's an honor to have you here po with us today.
Thank you. Please write something, hashtag, share. This presentation given to you was shared to the United Nations session last year. So this is a privilege for me to echo it back to you. We really need to own the internally displaced. Now we're all displaced. A lot of us are displaced from quarantine. Nangyari na po sa atin, gaano nangyari rin sa Marawi, without homes and without food. So it's a reality na po.
Ayan, once again, thank you so much sa ating mga speakers and as well sa ating viewers na nanonood pa din ngayon. Ayan, napakatibay na ating mga viewers. And of course, don't forget to use our official hashtags. Ayan, pwede po kayong mag-share ng insights nyo din with us. So we could also mention it here. Just use hashtag walk the talk DLSL and hashtag ask the walk DLSL. Grabe, napaka-strong talaga ni Miss Amira. Parang sobra akong na-inspire bilang isang babae na may chance, parang tayo, hindi magiging hindrance ang pagiging babae para ipaglaban talaga kung ano yung tama. How about you, Raina and Sofia? I believe marami din kayo natutunan sa kanya.
I agree po. Nakaka-motivate nga talaga the way she speaks and the topics that she talks about. Talagang show us kung ano talagang reality ng ating country ngayon. Sophia?
That's true. Napanood ko lang siya before sa isang webinar din ng SEAS, ng SG, yes. And ngayon, nakakatuwa na naimbitahan natin siya sa ating event today. At iba naman yung kanyang topic, pero sobrang napaka-powerful at sobrang nakaka-inspire ng mga sinabi niya.
True, grabe. At talagang mas nakita pa, mas namulat pa talaga yung eyes natin, yung kung ano yung need, especially sa mga kababayan natin na mga belong sila sa mga tribes, 'di ba? Na ang dami pang need nila like for education and regarding sa health nila. Ayun, so may mga bagay pala na hindi tayo minsan aware. Akala natin they're all good, pero hindi talaga. So, thank you so much dun sa naging talk sa atin ni Miss Samira. Very eye-opening talaga.
Yes, that's true. And I would like to encourage everyone to like DLSL Comelec social media pages, our Facebook, our Instagram, and our Twitter, so that you can be more informed about our upcoming activities and webinars.
Ayan, since naka 3 speakers na tayo, let's have like a short break muna bago tayo mag-proceed. Kasi I'm sure excited mga viewers natin, pero wag muna namin siya i-introduce sa inyo kasi we'll keep you waiting muna. So, let's talk about school. How are you guys? May bagong study methods ba kayo sa inyong mga modules now that we're online and stuff? Rayan?
Siguro, time management yung kailangan talaga pagdating sa ganitong klaseng setup, especially mag-isa ka sa bahay, 'di ba? You have to share din yung space mo with your siblings, 'di ba? So ayun, parang kailangan mo maging focus talaga and maging discipline. How about you, Sophia?
Yes, actually wala akong sinusunod na study plan, and I have to acknowledge din na there are times na wala talaga, dadating tayo sa point na wala tayong motivation to do anything, but it's okay kasi wala namang masama to take care of yourself, especially ngayong pandemic. Alam naman nating lahat na may hinaharap tayong kanya-kanyang problema, so it's okay. Gumawa tayo kapag we feel like doing anything, and we must acknowledge then na progress is progress, no matter how small it is, as long as you're going with the flow, as long as you're doing something na alam mong na masaya ka, it's okay.
Yes, I agree nga din po. And I definitely stick by the motto, little progress is still progress. No matter how little you accomplish, it's still something na pwedeng makakontribute sa iyong mga gawain. Kasi, yun nga, take steps little by little. Kasi even if you're moving slowly, at least you're still moving forward. And we would like to also take this time to thank everyone who joined the activities of DLSL Comelec from the very first Kamalayang Lasaliano up until now, which is our last webinar, sadly. Pero we would still like to thank your endless support for DLSL Comelec and our objectives.
Yeah, sobrang nakakamiss talaga yung face-to-face na classes, and especially almost 1 year na din talaga tong nangyari na online classes, and dahil doon hindi pa din natin nami-meet yung isa't isa personally inside the org, kaya sobrang nakakamiss ang school. Ikaw ba, Sofia, anong pinaka na-miss mo sa DLSL?
Ang nami-miss ko sa DLSL is yung crowded na library tuwing exam week. Kahit medyo maingay, masarap pa rin mag-aral dahil alam mong lahat nag-e-effort. Di ba?
Yes. How about you, Raina?
Yes, I agree. Actually, LRC din ang sasabihin kong namimiss ko sa school kasi talagang ang lamig doon. Tapos once you're there, parang namomotivate ka talaga na ilabas lahat ng kailangan mong aralin, your notes, your laptop, and talagang gumawa talaga doon. Pero, of course, may other times na gusto mo din matulog na lang doon kasi sobrang lamig.
Yes. Yan, aside from sa LRC, ang isa din na tambayan namin ng friends ko kapag kailangan namin mag-review for the exams. Pumunta din kami sa South Lounge, sa North Lounge, no? So, marami ding tao doon. At hindi lang tao yung kasama habang nagre-review. May makasama ka ding mga cats, di ba? So, ayun, sobrang saya at nakakamiss. So, dahil alam namin na hindi lang kami ang nakakamiss ng school, we're going to show you these videos para makita natin kung ano nga ba ang state ng school natin and ano pang mga pwede nating abangan inside the DLSL.
Hey guys, welcome to Della Salipa. My name is Arabella Rasalis.
And my name is JC Nones from College of International Hospitality and Tourism Management.
And we will be your tour guides for today. As you all know, DLSL is one of the founded LaSalle schools here in the Philippines.
As LaSallians, we strive to live by the ideals of our founders, with a spirit of faith,
Zeal for service,
and communion in mission.
Imagine a school that can educate you from all levels, preschool all the way to graduate school, in one school. That's Della Salipa.
The preschool department is committed to provide a happy and stimulating environment for the students' holistic development.
The Grade School Department aims to provide students the opportunity to succeed in life through student-centered approaches.
Junior high school provides opportunities to experiment, explore, and enhance the students' critical thinking. What are you guys doing?
Senior high school is a 2-year in-depth specialization for students based on the career track they want to pursue.
DLSL has 5 colleges. Let's take a look at the first one. College of International Hospitality and Tourism Management, one of the leading colleges in the development of globally competitive hospitality and tourism professionals imbued with the Lasallian values. Students are exposed in the international perspectives through cultural exchange program in the United States of America and study tours in Asian countries.
College of Information Technology and Engineering provides students with interest in engineering and information technology an avenue to be technically skilled, competent, responsive, and responsible for global development.
Led by the community of business practitioners and educators, College of Business, Economics, Accountancy, and Management is committed to produce innovative, socially responsible, and globally competent Lasallian business leaders and professionals.
College of Nursing. With its modern facilities, College of Nursing equips students with the knowledge and skills to render compassionate and impactful nursing care to individuals, families, and communities in varied settings at any stage of the health illness continuum. College of Education, Arts, and Sciences provides relevant and quality education in the forms of teacher education, psychology, communication, multimedia arts, mathematics, natural and social sciences, humanities, religious studies, philosophy, community services, sports, and physical fitness. The College of Law is committed to educate students in the law, nurture and deepen in them faith in God, enhance in them a sense of community, create in them a realization of existing societal conditions, and empower them to serve others. Look around you. The DLSL campus is a Wi-Fi zone. We have learning management system. Thus, students can learn anytime, anywhere. This is how DLSL is a digital campus.
Likewise, as part of De La Salipa's strategic direction, it highly regards measures that preserve the integrity of God's creations while promoting a humane and just society. Take a look at the Smart Flower Solar Solution, the aquaponics system, plus the Bring Your Own utensils advocacy.
Apart from those previously mentioned, De La Salipa is also in touch with the community it belongs to. To address real-world problems, it spearheaded the community-based action projects addressing strategically themed learning objectives through networked environments, or capstone. With all those mentioned best features of De La Salipa, more so, top of mind are the stakeholders' safety and security. We have an emergency response team, not to mention CCTVs and other high-tech security equipment.
Here at the Student Center, you'll find student organizations, student government, meeting rooms, food hubs, student lounges, and workplaces.
The Centrum is envisioned to be the center for culture and sports in the province of Batangas. Centrum is short for Samahan at Tipanan ng mga mag-aaral. De La Salipa's Learning Resource Center is a go-to hub for students, Lasallian partners, and other stakeholders taking advantage of the vast references available there. With the state-of-the-art tools and equipment to aid learning, the LRC is a must-visit. Situated in the heart of De La Salipa, the Capilla de San Juan Bautista de la Salle spans 38.30 meters long and 22.50 meters wide. Not one nail was used in constructing the structure. Instead, hard lumber tendons were handcrafted to fold the different pieces together.
The 4-story Chez Rafael Hotel houses 4 kitchen laboratories and 8 hotel rooms, a place for hotel and restaurant management and tourism management students to hone their craft.
Need a place for studying, researching, and collaborating with peers? The e-library and learning hub is the spot to be at. Utilize its wide assortment of devices from the iMac, iPads, and more, and make learning easier.
For track and field events, baseball, and other outdoor activities, this 400-meter field is a must-see. To date, outdoor concerts, outdoor movie watching, human formation assemblies, as well as disaster response happenings have been taking place here. Here at the Retreat Complex, we marvel the natural look and feel of the chapel. 3 session halls, 1-story dormitory, mess hall, and open activity areas made of sawali and bamboo. Formation activities, masses, and other functions are held here.
The Sports Center is a 2,226 square meter multi-purpose facility equipped with 2 FIBA-sized basketball courts, convertible to volleyball and badminton courts. It has an approximate spectator seating capacity of 420 persons, separate female and male locker rooms, teachers and equipment rooms, student lounge, and gathering area.
And last but not the least, when you're in De La Salle Pa, don't forget to pay Nexus Innovation Labs a visit. A startup incubator and a multifunctional hub, Nexus connects DLSL students, LaSallian partners, and other stakeholders from the community to create sustainable and inclusive social impact through innovation and entrepreneurship.
What are you guys waiting for?
See you in class.
What would the next 100 years be like? How our education institutions are addressing the future? What kind of education do we want to see in the 21st century as our communities evolve, our world evolves? When we talk of 21st century education, we're basically talking of revisiting this mission. What is the role of the school in the development of individuals and, in a larger sense, the development of the world? We want to see an inclusive growth, that as we progress, we're able to bring them together. This is not just about money. This is about really taking care of people and bringing people to a level where they don't need to worry about their economics so that they can concentrate on the work of God and the work that God has asked us to do. We're providing, hopefully, for good health services. Now we have an ambulance, dedicated EMT team, but these are just steps towards a holistic approach to creating a smart campus and creating a campus that is livable, that is safe and secure. We cannot grow at the expense of the planet. When we talk of inclusive societies, we have to necessarily talk of sustainable societies. Our digital infrastructure, it's not just to provide our kids with fast internet. It's really to provide the platform for us to build a smart campus. This is the future. How do we operate a city where we reduce waste, pollution, we improve services, and we improve the life of people? When we hinge our direction to the Sustainable Development Goals, we indicate that we are part of this greater world. Our mission is not apart from the rest of the world, than from the rest of humanity and from the rest of the planet. We invite people of like mind. We invite people who share this dream, same values of making people important in our decisions, in our governance, making the planet important in the decisions that we make, and making education the platform to which we advocate these changes. There are many who share this vision. There are many who share in the belief that education is the great equalizer, and that hopefully as we move forward, many will join us in this quest to make our schools the kind of schools that maybe De La Salle dreamt, where our children live in a world that is safe, inclusive, where future generations are regarded in terms of the decisions that we make today.
With the introduction of the LMS in 2016, it has enabled our teachers to provide learning experiences for our students that go beyond the four walls of the classroom. The use of the LMS has made it possible for the integrated school to continue providing quality, human and Christian education.
The integration of the learning management system to the school curriculum transforms the student-teacher roles and relationships. Students take responsibility for their learning outcomes while teachers become guides and facilitators. They become more engaged with their learning with the use of the LMS internal and external LTIs or learning tools.
LMS intensifies collaboration, creativity, and creative thinking skills. Students, even the most introvert ones, become more engaged in performing online tasks and more confident in expressing and sharing their opinions and ideas in class. It facilitates learning easily and through the use of educational online games.
The Learning Management System, or the LMS, is De La Salipa's initiative towards becoming a digital campus. When using LMS, every time we answer any assessments, we always get this result or the score right away so that we know where we got wrong and where we can improve ourselves.
It helps me communicate with other teachers and students even if we do not see each other.
It serves as an opportunity for students like me to practice home-based learning, where you're not only learning in the four corners of your classroom, but also at home. It serves as an opportunity for an organized way of uploading these files, collaboration with different students, and asking for guidance from your teachers when you need it.
It allows us to have information in just one tap. Here, we would just need to take out our cell phones, open the Canvas app, make a few taps and swipes, and voila! We have the document we would need in order to access the information and make advanced readings. Personally, I find that De La Salipa's choice to take advantage of the dawn of technology and include Canvas in our student experience is a very good choice, especially given the fact that De La Salipa would like to provide a sustainable campus.
Our LMS contributed to the development of students' study habits. They are also empowered for learning. Thus, we're not really spoon feeding them. We're equipping them for the future.
Ayan, three speakers have already shared their wonderful ideas and insights. We have one more speaker to go, and I'm sure those who participated in our previous webinars are familiar with who our next speaker is.
Yes, kaya we'll proceed with his introduction. Our last speaker is the founding dean of the De La Salle University College of Law and chair of the Free Legal Assistance Group, or FLAG.
He has been practicing law for 30 years and gained prominence as a human rights lawyer and litigator.
The DLSU College of Law, which opened in 2010, is the first law school in the Philippines to highlight human rights and legal aid as part of its educational program, while the Free Legal Assistance Group, or FLAG, is the oldest organization of human rights lawyers in the Philippines, known for handling cases involving civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights.
Though already well known in legal and human rights circles, he gained wider public prominence when he ran on a platform of justice and judicial reform during the 2019 senatorial elections.
He emerged as one of the leading opposition senatorial candidates largely because of his connection with young voters, who made sure he consistently topped nearly all pre-election polls and surveys in schools and universities all over the country.
Though he actually has no grandchildren yet, these young Filipinos adopted him as their woke lolo. During the campaign, because of his progressive stance on issues, his advocacy for youth empowerment, and his witty remarks despite the occasional dad jokes.
Even with even with the elections over, he continues to engage with his children by serving as a speaker for various events for numerous schools and organizations all over the country, with speaking engagements serving as an avenue for continuing his advocacy for justice, human rights, and empowering the youth.
So everyone, please welcome Attorney Chel Jokno.
Talagang natutuwa at excited na ako na makipaghalubilo sa inyo. First of all, I want to thank the De La Salle Lipa Comelec and of course say hi to everyone from De La Salle Lipa, mga kaanimo ko kayo at mga kababayan pa. Kaya ako ay talagang so happy to be here. You have asked me to speak about charter change and federalism. However, before I begin, I just want to say that parang yung dating mga sumusulong ng pagpapalit ng ating constitution, yung dating mga talaga nagpupush ng federalism, ay parang ngayon ay medyo tahimik na sila. At ang itinutulak nila ngayon, although it's very so close to the election, I don't know kung hindi nila magagawa, is constitutional reform, quote-unquote, na papakita ko rin sa inyo kung ano yung mga gusto nilang gawin dyan sa bagay na yan. But first, let's go to my assigned topic. Pag-usapan natin yung ano ba itong gusto nilang pagbabago sa ating form of government at makakatulong ba sa atin itong tinatawag na cha-cha or federalism. So let me now share my slides. Share screen. Sorry. Mukhang mali yata ang ginawa kong share. Ayan. Sorry ha. Ayan, window. Ayan, nakuha ko rin. Ayan, nakikita niyo yung slides ko? Alright. Let's begin by, I want to present to you first yung mga dating proposal for federalism. Basically, dalawa ang proposal noon eh. Yung isa, yung nanggaling sa consultative committee that was headed by Chief Justice Puno. Yung isa naman ay nanggaling sa House of Representatives. Actually, ang nag-push nito si GMA. Una yung sa Puno Consultative Committee. Ang gusto nila mangyari ay magkaroon tayo ng 18 federated regions. Kung parang sa states, di ba, they have 50 states. So ganun din sa atin ang proposal ay 18 federated regions. Ang one other feature of the Puno report is they want to ban political dynasties, which I think is a good thing. Nandyan na yan sa ating present constitution, kaya lang subject to law, tapos wala naman pinasang batas yung ating Kongreso. And the Bill of Rights in the proposed Puno report adds economic, social, and environmental rights. Yung salient features naman yung kay GMA, both houses resolution number 15, is hindi naka-indicate kung ilan ang magiging federal regions. Ang nakalagay lang sa proposal nila, Congress will be the one later to create. Hindi naman pinagbabawal ang political dynasty sa Arroyo proposal, and aside from a Bill of Rights, gusto nilang lagyan ng Bill of Duties ang ating konstitusyon. Other salient features in the Puno report, they want to have a multi-party system, meaning walang same as now, pero gusto nilang lagyan ng limit. You cannot change political parties 2 years after or before an election. Yung sa Arroyo, they want to go back to the old two-party system bago ng martial law. Tayo ay two-party system noon, nationalista lang at liberal. The Puno report wants to put a cap. You can only be re-elected for 1 term. Pero yung kay Arroyo naman ay no term limits. So kumbaga, baliktad sa hindi siya sang-ayon sa political dynasty prohibition. The Puno report retains ownership of mass media only to Filipinos, while the Arroyo proposal allows foreign ownership of mass media. At walang holdover sa consultative committee proposal. Sa Arroyo proposal of both houses resolution 15, ang nakalagay kung sakaling hindi na kaya ng Pangulo na mag-function as President, ang papalit hindi ang VP kundi ang Senate President during the transition period from our present form of government to the federal form. Other salient features, ang gusto ni CJ Puno, magkaroon tayo ng 4 na Supreme Court. Isang Federal Supreme Court, isang Constitutional Court, isang Admin Court, isang Electoral Court. Ang gusto din niya, dagdagan yung grounds for the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus by adding lawless violence. And senators will be elected not nationwide but by region. The other proposal retains the present grounds for suspending the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. Ganon din, senators will be elected by region. Pero sa courts, isa lang ang federal court, hindi 4. The other important things to know is that under the Puno proposal, the grounds for impeachment will remain the same. But under the Arroyo proposal, inalis nila yung other high crimes or betrayal of public trust as grounds for impeachment. And finally, for both proposals, gusto nilang lagyan ng college degree requirement bago ka pwede mahalal na member of House of Representatives, Senator, Senate, Vice President, or President. At ang gusto nila ay block voting for the President and the Vice President. But tulad na nabanggit ko kanina, parang nag-fizzle out yung kanilang proposal and there's really no more time to do that before 2022 when the term of President Duterte ends. Kaya ang isinulong nila mula January ng last year ay itong core constitutional reforms, which they, I believe, want to do only for the following. Sa elections, gusto nila magkaroon ng ban on turncoatism, tapos yung other electoral reforms, including prohibition on political dynasties, and then they want to open the economic provisions so that funding can come even from, or investments can come even from foreigners. Yan. So in a nutshell, ito yung mga proposal sa Chacha na nasa lamesa ngayon. But any of these proposals, mahihirapan na nilang ituloy ito because we are only a few months away from the filing of certificates of candidacy and only a year away from the actual elections. It will be very, very hard for Congress to do that. The pandemic and the lockdown, I believe, also delayed them, kaya hindi rin nila na-push ito since 2020. But now I want to talk about yung mas sa akin mas mahalagang issue. Ito ngang kailangan ba natin ng Chacha? Kailangan ba natin ng federalism? Baka naman pag natapos na yung halalan sa 2022 ay babalik na naman itong mga proposal na ito. But I want to discuss this from a human rights perspective because human rights is really what we need in our country. Kaya ako nalulungkot talagang ikinalulungkot ko yung nakikita ko nilalait nila ang karapatang pantao. Sabi nila hindi raw, wala daw halaga yon. Kami mga human rights defender, puro lang daw kriminal ang dinedepensahan namin. At binabaliwala nila yung karapatang pantao. Pero isipin nyo to, think of a world where there is no human rights. Kung walang human rights, pwede ang trato sa atin parang hayop lang. You could be treated like a dog, a chain can be put around your neck, and you could be paraded around. And no one can stop them kasi wala naman human rights. If there's no human rights, pag hinuli kayo, pwede kayong i-torture, pwede kayong bugbugin, kahit anong pwede nilang gawin sa inyo, sexual assault, etc. dahil wala naman kayong karapatan. Kung walang human rights, paano makakaahon ang ating mga kapatid na nasa laylayan ng ating lipunan? Kasi alam nyo, kung tutusin, ang human rights, ang batas, ang hustisya, hindi naman yan kailangan ng mga malalaking tao, ng mga mayayaman. Makikita lang natin yung kanilang mga magagandang bahay at kotse, igagalang na sila eh. Pero ang talagang nangangailangan ng ating batas, ng ating hustisya at ng human rights ay yung mga mahihirap. Dahil wala silang boses, walang magpoprotekta sa kanila, ang tendency ay sila ay magiging biktima ng pang-aabuso. Kaya kung tutusin, yung mga nagsasabi na walang baliwala ang human rights, actually alam niyo yung sinasabi nila, anti-poor sila. Kasi ang talagang nakakatulong pagdating sa issue ng human rights ay ang ating mga kapatid na mahihirap at nangangailangan. In fact, yun ang matagal nang natin hinaing eh. Yung dapat magkaroon ng level playing field. Dapat ang hustisya ay para sa lahat. Dapat walang doble karang mukha ang hustisya. Pero ito nga, nakita nga natin dito sa lockdown. Kung malaking tao ka, violate ka ng social distancing, violate ka ng kung ano-ano mga quarantine rules, walang nangyayari sa kanila. Pero yung mga ordinaryong mamamayan, lumabag ng quarantine rules, kulong agad. Tapos sa mga mahihirap pang nadadali dyan, at dahil wala silang pera, tumatagal sila sa loob na wala naman talagang ginawang krimen. Quarantine violation ay hindi naman krimen yan tulad ng murder, tulad ng ibang mga krimen. And yet, yung iba namin na monitor, umabot sila ng mga 37 days na nakulong dahil lang nag-violate ng curfew o kaya ay walang quarantine pass. In fact, may na-monitor ako na sinabi ni PNP Chief Debold na as of December 2020, lampas ng 500,000 katao na ang nahuli dahil lamang sa quarantine violation. At sa tingin ko, hindi makatarungan yon. Dapat kung may parusa man sila, ay dapat mga community service lang at hindi yung makukulong ka. Kasi lalo ka pang makukovid kung makulong ka dahil ang mga jail natin ay sobrang overcrowded. At kung dadagdagan niyo pa ng mga hindi naman talagang kriminal, yung mga quarantine violator ay lalo pang lahat ay mahihirapan doon. So let me discuss charter change and federalism from the perspective of human rights. Tatatlo lang naman yung ating basic na individual rights. Bilang isang Pilipino, syempre meron ako karapatan mabuhay at yan ang most valuable na right natin. Pero hindi lang sapat kung mabubuhay ako pero parang hayop lang ang buhay ko. Kaya pangalawang karapatan natin ay mabuhay na may dignidad. Pangatlo, lahat naman tayo na napanganak na may magaling at talento na galing sa Diyos, ay meron din tayong karapatan na ma-develop yan to its full potential. Hindi lang para sa ating sarili, hindi lang para sa ating pamilya, kundi para sa ating komunidad at sa ating bansa. Ngayon, dahil hindi lang naman tayo individual at kasama tayo sa pamilyang Pilipino, we also have collective rights. Kung ako bilang individual ay mayroon right to life, lahat tayo sa pamilyang Pilipino ay may right to survive as a people. Kung lahat tayo ay may right to dignity bilang individual, lahat tayo as a people, we have a right to self-determination. Kaya nga, di ba, sabi nila, kailangan meron tayong independent foreign policy. At kung bilang tao ay meron akong right to development, ay bilang Filipino family, Filipino nation, meron din tayong right to develop as a people. Ang tanong ko ay, kung magpapalit ba tayo ng form of government, magaganda ba yung human rights situation? Igagalang ba lalo ang human rights? Darating ba yung pananagutan para sa mga corrupt dyan at sa mga gumagawa ng kung ano mga katiwalian? Magkakaroon ba ng level playing field para sa mga walang boses, sa mga walang may kaya sa ating mga kapatid? And ma-address ba natin yung pangailangan ng tao, lalo na dito sa ating pandemya, ng yung pangailangan para sa pagkain, sa trabaho, sa kalayaan at sa katarungan? After studying this matter, ang paniwala ko ay it will not promote any of this. It will not address any of these questions that I have raised. Kaya I think it's not the right time to do any kind of charter change or federalism in our country. Ngayon, ang tanong, kung hindi naman chacha o federalism ang solusyon, ano ang tamang solusyon? Well, sasagutin ko yung tanong na yun sa mga susunod na tanong din. Bakit hanggang ngayon, kahit na marami tayong abogado, marami tayong mga korte, meron tayong justice system, bakit hanggang ngayon ay ang dami pa rin nakakalusot, lalo na yung mga malalaking tao? Bakit parang walang pananagutan? Bakit kung ikaw ay ordinaryong mamamayan, ayun nga, nakukulong ka, pero kung malaking tao ka, parang walang ganon na nangyayari. Why do we have so much impunity? How come we cannot level the playing field between the rich and the poor? Bakit hindi natin ma-empower yung nasa laylayan ng ating lipunan? Ang tingin ko, ang sagot lahat dyan, ang solusyon natin kung talagang gusto natin ng umangat ang buhay ng lahat at magkaroon tayo ng pag-aasenso, ay kailangan ayusin natin yung ating justice system. Kasi kung tutuusin, saan tayo tatakbo kung talagang nagka-problema tayo, may nang abuso sa ating mga karapatan? Wala tayong ibang matatakbuhan kundi ang mga korte. Pero kung ang mga court natin ay hindi naman responsive dun sa ating pangailangan para sa hustisya, wala na tayong ibang mapupuntahan. But the truth is, mahina ang ating justice system. Kaya nakakalusot yung mga sindikatong kriminal, kaya nakakalusot yung mga malalaking mga corruption na mga transaction dahil talagang sobrang hina ang ating justice system. And that is not even discussed. Hindi man lang ito pinag-uusapan ng mga politiko natin. Tatanungin ko kayo, meron ba kayong kilalang kongresista o senador na pinag-uusapan niya itong kailangan mapalakas yung ating justice system? Wala, ni isa, wala akong naririnig. Kaya ako mismo nagtataka Bakit ganon? Nung pinag-isipan ko, na-realize ko kung bakit. Ayaw nilang pag-usapan ang hustisya. Dahil okay sa kanila yung pansamantalang nangyayari, yung sitwasyon ngayon, na yung kasalukuyang sitwasyon natin na ganito nga, mahina at mabagal ang ating justice system dahil advantage sa kanila yon. Walang pananagutan, advantage sa kanila yon. Dapat kung ayaw nila, tayo na mismo. At dapat sa darating na halalan ay pumili naman tayo ng mga leader na igagawin nilang bahagi ng ating national agenda, ipaprioridad nila itong pagkukulang natin sa hustisya. Because for the ordinary person, halimbawa, ako'y isang mahirap, dinemolish yung aking maliit na bahay. Ako'y isang magsasaka, hindi na ako pinayagan na magsaka doon sa lupa na sinasaka ko. Ako isang mangingisda, tapos nagiging biktima ako ng pang-aabuso. Saan pa ako pwedeng tumakbo kundi sa court natin? Pero kung hindi naman ako tutulungan at hindi ako bibigyan ng hustisya ng ating husgado, ano pa? I will remain a victim of injustice for the rest of my life. Kaya sa akin, ang pangmatagalang at tamang solusyon sa ating mga problema bilang isang bansa, ayusin natin yung ating justice system. Maraming pagkukulang yung ating justice system. Sobrang bagal ang paglilitis ng kaso. Maraming mga bakanteng pwesto sa judge at prosecutor. May mga issue ng corruption at iba pa. Pero kung hindi naman pinag-uusapan to, kung wala naman sa national conversation, kung wala naman sa national agenda yan, paano natin papalitan yan? Paano natin babaguhin? Sabi nga ng aking ama, it is through honest government enforcing just laws that actual justice can be attained. I do not know of any other way. Kaya sana kung hihikayatin ko na rin kayo na sumama sa akin at i-demand natin sa ating pamahalaan na gawin na nila itong pag-aayos ng ating justice system. Mismo yung NEDA, yung ating National Economic Development Authority, sabi nila, there are 7 factors for good governance. Unang-una, rule of law and fairness. Ibig sabihin ay ang batas dapat para sa lahat at no one should be above the law. Pangalawa, inclusiveness. Pangatlo, participation and transparency. Pang-apat, performance-oriented and accountability. Pang-lima, leadership and stewardship. Pang-anim ay ethics and probity. Ibig sabihin, dapat may integrity yung ating mga opisyal. At panghuli, service orientation and responsiveness. At tingin ko, yun ang talagang kailangan ng ating bayan. And our justice system is a very important aspect of this good governance na sinasabi natin. Kaya just to end, ang gusto ko sana mangyari ay ayusin na natin ngayon na, now na, yung ating justice system. Let's make good governance a reality. At wag na tayo ma-distract o ma-divert sa totoong issue ng taong bayan. Yung issue natin sa pagkain, issue natin sa kalayaan, issue natin sa trabaho, at issue natin sa katarungan. You will have a chance to make a change kasi darating na ang eleksyon ng Mayo ng 2022, malapit na yan. Alam nyo, pag sinabi ko sa inyong nasa inyong kamay ang kinabukasan ng ating minamahal na Pilipinas, hindi lang salita yon, totoo yon. Noong 2019, ang registered botante na kabataan, ibig sabihin between the age of 18 to 39, umabot na kayo ng 33 million registered voters noong 2019. Ang estimate namin, kung lahat ay magrehistro at bumoto, aabot kayo sa 40 million. Kaya kung sabihin natin, sino magdedesisyon kung sino magiging pangulo natin susunod na halalan, kayo na talaga yan. Ang request ko lang, syempre, kung hindi pa kayo registered, magrehistro na kayo hanggang September na lang ang deadline. At pangalawa, kung kayo rehistrado na, bumoto kayo, pero wag sana kayo madala dun sa magagaling sumayaw at kumanta na kandidato. Hindi naman sila sasayaw at kakanta sa Kongreso. Gagawa sila ng batas. At ibang skill set ang kailangan natin para sa mga iboboto natin sa Senate, sa Congress, at pati yung Pangulo at Vice-Pangulo. Ayun na. Maraming salamat at magandang araw ulit sa inyong lahat.
All right, thank you so much po, Attorney Chel, for a very enlightening message to us. Sophia?
Yan, kaya at this point, we are now giving the time for our viewers to ask questions to Attorney Chel Jokno. Again, you may comment your questions on the chat box here in our live stream or tweet your questions using our official hashtags on the screen, hashtag WokeTheTalkDLSL and hashtag AskTheWokeDLSL.
Yes, and now we'll proceed po with our first question. Do you think that the Philippines is ready to change its form of government? Do you think that federalism is the right form of government that is appropriate to our country?
I don't think that now is the right time to make any changes with our form of government. Maybe later, maybe 10 years from now, magandang pag-aralan natin yan. Pero sana kung ano man ang gagawin natin na pagbabago sa ating form of government, ay magkaroon muna ng talagang malalim na konsultasyon sa lahat. At pangalawa, kailangan pag-aralan din yung ano yung magiging economic impact kasi magastos magpalit ng form of government, lalo na kung magfe-federalize tayo. So we have to do a lot of very, very comprehensive studies before we can even consider making a change like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, Attorney Chel. Another question po, coming from an anonymous sender. What kind of changes will most likely happen if we change our form of government?
Ako'y nababahala dyan kasi ang pwedeng mangyari dyan yung political dynasty imbis na matanggal natin, lalo pang iiral yan sa mga federal states. Kasi syempre pag nag-federalize tayo, sino ang tatakbo? O di yung mga nakapwesto na, yung mga nandun na sa mga area, malamang sila ang tatakbo doon. And because they have the political resources and even the financial resources, lamang na sila sa eleksyon. Kaya I am afraid that instead of removing political dynasties, it will make it even more extensive in our country. Thank you.
Thank you for that po, Attorney Chel. For the next question po, from an anonymous sender din po. Do you think it will be a good idea to have a literacy requirement in practicing the right to suffrage? Because I think it wouldn't be enough that one is just 18 years old to be able to vote. I think we should give that power to vote to anyone who is worthy of voting. Thank you.
Well, first of all, meron akong na-overlook kanina, hindi ko nabanggit ito. Kung napansin niyo dun sa slides ko, may doon sa dalawang proposal for federalism, gusto nilang lagyan ng college degree requirement ang magiging kandidato sa lower house, senate, and higher positions. Pero alam nyo, hindi ako sang-ayon doon sa pag-require ng college degree. Kasi ako mismo, marami akong kilalang wala naman college degree, pero alam ko yung galing nila, kaya nilang maging magaling na kongresista o kahit senador. Meron naman akong kilalang may college degree, pero kung sila ay tumakbo, hindi ko sila iboboto. Also, hindi siya consistent sa ating demokrasya. Kasi in our democracy, dapat walang discrimination. Anyone can run for office even if they don't have a college degree. So kaya ang nasa constitution natin, minimum requirements lang yun And how do we address the problem of lack of literacy? Tingin ko, education yun. Dapat wala talagang Pilipino na hindi marunong magsulat. And that is something that we should all strive for. And I know that we have made a lot of gains in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you po for that, Attorney Chel. We have another anonymous sender. Hello po, Attorney Chel. I am not sure if this is relevant, but I just wanted to know if the public has the right to remove or impeach a senator or any public servant if they were proven to be in misconduct, and if not, what punishments entails as a response. I was just concerned po because for the past few years, many political or government figures are proven guilty of misconduct, but there seems to be no retribution. Thank you.
Nasa constitution natin yan, ang pwede lang ma-impeach ay yung president, vice president, members of the constitutional commissions, and the ombudsman. So ang paraan para matanggal sila sa kanilang pwesto ay impeachment. Pero lahat ng ibang mga officials ng ating pamahalaan can only be removed by what is provided in the law. So for example, sa Senate, titingnan natin yung rules of the Senate, same with the lower house. Yung mga nasa executive department, ang pagtatanggal naman sa kanila ay ang may hawak niyan, ang Civil Service Commission at pati yung Office of the Ombudsman. So it depends on what the law provides for other officials. Thank you.
Thank you po, Attorney Chel. Another question po. In the case of the province of North Cotabato, Government of the Republic of the Philippines Peace Panel, the SC have supported Section 1 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights that the country has the right of self-determination. With that being said, what are your thoughts on the recent issue regarding the illegal fishing and acquisition of territory by the Chinese government in the West Philippine Sea? And what do you think are the actions we can do as a youth?
Mukhang law student yata ang nagtanong niya na. Well, ako sobrang pagkabahala ko sa nangyayari sa ating teritoryo. Kasi klarong-klaro naman atin ang West Philippine Sea. At ang dapat ngang manguna sa pagpoprotekta niyan ay yung mga hinalal natin na mga opisyal. Duty nila yon. Nag-oath sila sa constitution natin nung sila ay na-elect, nung sila ay nag-assume ng office. Kaya talagang hindi lang ako nalulungkot, nagagalit ako na ginaganon tayo ng ibang bansa. Tapos para bang walang respeto at sobrang grabe yung overfishing nila doon. Yung paninira sa ating mga coral reefs, yung paninira sa ating yung mga endangered species na hinuhuli nila. Naku, grabe talaga ang nangyayari doon. Dapat lahat tayong mga Pilipino ay manindigan tayo para sa ating territorial sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you for that po. And for the next question po, in the recent argumented case in the Supreme Court regarding the anti-terror law, to paraphrase the substance of oral arguments, community pantries were red tagged without providing sufficient evidence that there are indeed links to Communist Party. As Associate Justice Karandang brought up that the situation ripens the actual fear of the petitioners regarding the terror law, what can you say regarding this?
Alam nyo, meron kasing gag order ang Supreme Court. Ipinagbawal kami mga abogado na humaharap dyan na magsalita tungkol sa kaso. So I really want to answer you, but I cannot answer you because baka makontempt ako ng ating Korte Suprema. Pasensya na. If you want to know my views on red tagging, I think you can easily find that online. Marami naman akong dati nang nabanggit tungkol sa pangre-red tag. Thank you.
Thank you po for that. We would also like to ask a question that we also asked to our previous guest speakers. What would be your advocacy if you were granted the opportunity to run for 2022 national elections, particularly now that the Philippines and the government are in disarray?
I believe we will have to address several things. Number one, syempre, yung immediate needs natin, yung sama ng tama sa atin ng lockdown at ng pandemya. The effect on unemployment, sobrang dami na yung nawalan ng trabaho, yung epekto sa mga negosyante, ang dami na rin na nagsira ng mga micro, small, and medium enterprises. Yun, immediate need yun. More than that, yung pag-manage ng pandemic, yung public health system natin, yung lack of contact tracing, mass testing, at yung sobrang bagal din ng pagbabaksin. Hindi tayo magkakaroon ng herd immunity kung ganito pa rin kabagal yung pag-vaccinate natin. Pero yung mas long term na gusto kong isulong kung sakasakaling mangyari nga yan is tulad na nabanggit ko kanina, na palakasin natin, ayusin natin yung ating sistema ng hustisya. Kasi kailangan na kailangan natin talaga yun eh. Thank you.
For the last question po, what's your message po for the young voters like us po?
Well, number one, uulitin ko lang, kung hindi pa kayo rehistrado, naku please, magagalit ako sa inyo pag hindi kayo mag-register. Pangalawa, pag boboto na kayo, mag-research muna tayo. Huwag tayong madala ng mga advertisement, huwag tayong madala ng mga fake news. Tingnan natin yung track record ng kandidato. Hindi yung salita. Madali magsalita, madali mangako. Ang tingnan natin yung track record. Ano ba talaga yung ginawa nitong kandidato? Pangalawa, tingnan din natin, talaga bang may integridad itong kandidato? Baka naman ay marami na yung kaso ng kung ano-ano, na plunder o kung ano man, ay marami naman ibang kandidato dyan na walang ganun mga issue. Yung third ay talagang may hugot ba siya para sa ating bayan? Minamahal ba niya talaga ang Pilipinas o sinasabi lang niya? Kasi sa akin, we cannot give away any part of our country. We should never give away any part of our country. Atin yan. At ipaglalaban dapat natin yan. Kahit mamatay man tayo, ay yun ang dapat gawin natin. Di ba? Nasa national anthem natin yan. We sing that almost every day. That should become a reality for us. Kaya I hope that you use that criteria in choosing your candidates and voting for them. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po, Attorney Chel. We would like to thank everyone who sent their questions. And once again, thank you so much po, Attorney Chel Jokno, for your time and effort and sharing your knowledge with us today. Please be reminded that your token of gratitude will be sent to your given address.
And to express our appreciation, may we call on Miss Isa Labrador, the activity head of Walk the Talk, for the presentation of the certificate.
De La Salle Pa College Students Activities Office Committee on Elections awards the Certificate of Recognition to Attorney Chel Jokno for his valuable contribution as one of the resource speakers in the activity Walk the Talk, given this 5th of May 2021, signed by Mr. Nino Angelo Lascano, Comelec Chairperson, Ms. Maridel Zabala, Comelec Advisor, Mr. Pratashyamaya, Student Activities Officer, and Mr. Welmer Adahar, Director of Student Services.
Thank you. Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Smile po tayo for a photo opportunity.
Sure.
Alright, thank you so much po.
Thank you.
Attorney
Paalam.
Chel.
Paalam. Thank
Marami
you.
pong salamat. And as we end our program, may we call on Ms. Anjanette Lanes, the co-chairperson of DLSL Comelec, for the closing remarks.
Once again, at this closing instance, thank you to everyone who attended, participated, and facilitated this Woke the Talk activity. Most especially to Ms. Isa Labrador, Ms. Sofia Agulto, the DLSL Comelec, the DLSL Comelec PubMat and Comres team, and to the DLSL Strategic Communications Office. Your dynamic participation and contribution have made this webinar a successful event. I congratulate each and every one of you. To Attorney Chel Jokno, Congresswoman Sara Elago, Attorney Gali Angeles, and Ms. Samira Gutok. My heart goes out to thank you for accepting our invitation, coming to this event, and raising awareness to more students and the youth about the current socio-political issues in our country, educating us about the right actions we can do and how to be responsible future voters in the coming elections. It's a common sentiment to say that voting is your civic duty. Register now, don't miss your chance, and vote wisely. Why? Because one vote in a sea of millions will make a huge difference. And similar to our right to vote, we also have the right to know more and identify the facts of our country, which is why we should strive to seek more, be aware, and be engaged. Not only that, but we should use this knowledge to act and fight for what is right. Now, I suggest everyone to walk the talk. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Miss Anjanet Lanes, for your inspiring message to our speakers and most especially to our participants.
And to conclude our program, may we call on Ms. Diandra Tapalya, the site co-commissioner of the DLSL Comelec, for the closing prayer to be followed by the singing of the alma mater.
Let us all remember that we are in the most holy presence of God. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, as we come to end our time together, we thank you for what have been accomplished here today. May the matters discussed serve as a catalyst to move us forward and cause us to advance and see the growth in all areas of our lives. May we live here recognizing you are the God of all wisdom and you are willing to lead us forward. This we pray in the name of Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Saint John Baptist de la Salle, pray for us. Live Jesus in our hearts forever. With the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Hail, hail, alma mater, hail to De La Salle. We'll hold your banner high and bright, a shield of green and white. We'll fight to keep your glory bright, and never shall we fail. Hail to thee, our alma mater, hail, hail, hail. Hail, hail, alma mater, hail to De La Salle. We'll hold your banner high and bright, a shield of green and white. We'll fight to keep your glory bright, and never shall we fail. Hail to thee, our alma mater, hail, hail, hail. Hail to thee, our alma mater, hail, hail, hail.
All right, as we conclude our activity, we invite everyone to evaluate our activity using the link flash in your screens or just type at tinyurl.com/walk the talk eval. All right. Don't forget that only those who answer the evaluation form will receive the appreciation and the participation certificate.
Ayan. This has been Woke the Talk. Once again, I am Raina Marshall, the DLSL Comelec Treasurer.
And I am Sofia Agulto, the SAYAS co-commissioner of the DLSL Comelec.
And I am Frayn Cortez, a DLSL Comelec Secretary, and we have been your hosts for today.
Thank you so much for watching, Lasallians.
Until the next one, bye!